All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Caught you off guard, didn't I? Starting early today. That's right. 8:29 ahead of schedule. I'm gonna wait for a couple more people to trickle in, but yeah, we got a lot on the agenda today. We got the debt ceiling stuff going on. We got non-farm payrolls. That number is out, and so is unemployment rate. But if you want to know the details, you're gonna have to wait. Gonna keep you in suspense. I mean, you could just Google it, or you could wait until we get a couple more people. Welcome, Rad. Hello. Delarx, you like to hear the regarded plays? So do I. I'm very excited for today's talk. Eyes, what's your question? You got a question? Or is it just about FDs? These nuts. I get it. Very smart. Oh no, hold on.
Can you elaborate?
Sorry?
I didn't get the joke. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I suffer from a disease called ligma. And whenever I tell people this, they're like, what? Ligma D's nuts? And I don't get it either.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you were in the hospital for that for a while. Did they remove all of it yet?
Yeah. I'm like one of the famous leaders in history. I only have one ball now.
Does that make it your left or your ball?
Oh God. This is what happens when people don't show up on time and we gotta wait and chit chat. I know there's this guy who's on these talks that's never given a play, but you know what? I'm gonna give that dude a pass. And it may or may not be because that person is me, but you know how it is. I gotta keep it impartial. But anyways, now that we've got, a couple people, let's dive into it. Yeah, debt ceiling laws has been raised, so there was never any question, just a question of what gets left in and what gets cut. We've got non-farm payrolls significantly higher than consensus. We're 339K versus 190K consensus. Yeah, and then we've got unemployment rate higher than consensus, 3.7% versus 3.5%. This is interesting because the previous unemployment rate that came out was 3.4% versus 3.5%. So like we're swinging around the consensus.
Makes sense. The severance packages that the tech bros have received are starting to expire, and a lot of them who still couldn't find work are now starting to file for unemployment.
That's a good point. Doesn't look like SPY has shifted much based on this news, so I don't know if it was all already priced in, but before 8:30 we were already seeing, 40 basis points in the green, and we're still seeing.
This is setting the stage for a potential rate pause, and then hike the period following.
The debt ceiling technically hasn't been officially raised yet. Still awaits the president's signature, but it's a done deal, so that will happen sometime later today.
Can't wait for an hour from now when I lose 2K on Lulu puts. It's gonna be nice to watch. Anyone buy calls on that one?
Did they have good earnings?
Apparently so. The chart just kept going up and up.
If you look at the...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, yeah, it's up 14%. That's pretty indicative of good earnings.
Yeah, and
But go on.
I thought the opposite would happen, so I got 280 puts and was expecting, because people would be expecting a recession and not want to buy like expensive yoga pants, but I was dead wrong.
Wow, they didn't just like beat last year. They grew like significantly. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm owning up to it. I made a mistake.
Sorry, never doubt the Becky index.
I know.
I think
That's what people kept telling me. I was like, and now you tell me that there's all these Beckys out there?
Lulu's
what's
not
next,
Becky
then?
anymore, though. Guys are now the predominant buyers of Lulu clothing.
I know, I've been seeing it.
So you're telling me I can get really nice form-fitting tights?
Without being ridiculed, I don't know about that.
All the Lulu supporters, all the Beckys who support Lulu would probably welcome the guys.
Oh yeah.
So what's the guy, Becky? We call that Brian?
Sure, let's go for it. Yeah, I bet against Brian by accident.
So what else is in the Becky index that's got earnings coming up so I can go long?
Well, I failed on Ulta too. That's in the Becky index. I'm just like anything that involves like women's products. I'm just not touching anymore.
If you don't understand women, how are you supposed to understand women's products?
I learned the hard way.
You use them as first-hand research, silly. That's proper DD.
Well, by observing them in public. That's not creepy.
No, not creepy at all. Jay Bourbon, shout out to you for buying Lulu calls. That's June 16th, $350. Wait, what? Holy crap, they went from like pretty far out of the money to pretty far in the money. Jay Bourbon, we really want to see your game porn on that. That's a great trade. Tardy, got any plays for us today, or it's still low volume environment?
I haven't been doing plays the last couple of days, only because, frankly, the environment, implied volatility is still low across the board. Hopefully, once the debt ceiling bill is signed, things go back to normal. Accelerate. Let's see what let's have a look. On a double chart.
Oh, and Broadcom posted earnings last night. I didn't get to see what happened yet.
Gamma Max for Apple at the moment is 182.50, and we're not quite there yet. But I agree, whenever Apple touches Gamma Max, it's a slight pullback. And generally speaking, WWDC events are sell the news. So, potential puts, but you have to remember what the IV is and potential crush off of that. And congratulations also to the GameStop strangleholders. Remember that I intend to sell the winning leg before earnings in order to get my principal back.
So even though the Lulu puts failed, I also got Broadcom puts, and that seems to be working. So maybe they'll cancel each other out.
You're welcome to try to get into Lorax, but keep in mind the current implied volatility and how high it went in previous earnings calls. So the opportunity is still there, but the reward may not be worth it anymore.
Oh, and anyone else that's been following my healthcare plays, that's been working out well as well. Don't know how long the run-up will last, but it seems like there might be a small rotation from tech into healthcare.
What specifically in healthcare?
So I'm mostly bullish on United Health. That's like the biggest in the index, but other companies like Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson. Let me see what else is in here. Oh, Eli Lilly, Merck, AbbVie, Abbott. There's some of the big names, but yeah. Oh, yeah. As Corn pointed out, Cure. It's a triple leveraged healthcare ETF. I've been buying it on its lows because it kind of does this like sideways roller coaster thing for the past year. And so if you look at that, I don't know if it'll continue, but it seems to bounce off this like support level of around like 85 and then pop up to 130. So it's been quite a ride, but I'm hoping that in the future that's going to be a good hold. Oh, and the other, I haven't officially tried it yet, but when you pair a portfolio of 50-50 United Health and McDonald's and rebalance annually, it seems to just go up in a straight line, but might do that in my Roth IRA.
What you're telling me is that McDonald's is a perfect hedge for healthcare.
Yeah.
Not surprised. That's beautiful.
I call it the diabetes portfolio.
Already.
What was that?
Did we talk about how nuts they were?
I don't think so.
Hey, so they expected to add 195,000 new jobs. We added 339,000 jobs. Absolute gangbusters. Rate hikes priced in for the next calendar year. It's going down, folks.
What's going down, Spy?
I guess we'll never know. No, probably Spy. Although I don't know, pre-market seems to already disagree with you.
Well, I was saying yesterday, I don't always see a correlation between like some of this kind of sentiment with interest rates or recessions and like the overall market, because like there is a point where everything is priced in, bottoms out, and does its own thing.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, PP.
Good morning.
I mean, to
Oh,
put it
so
another
when-
way. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, when you were saying it's going down, did you mean like not the market? Like you're just saying like it's going down?
Oh, it's going down as in there's going to be future rate hikes. Like it's happening. Like it's going down at the club, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
So, regardless,
I'm very Caucasian. I have incredible caucasity. I'm sorry if I don't use slang correctly.
The one thing that's not going down is the interest rate.
what was that?
Said the one thing that's not going to be going down is the interest rate.
Well, I asked
Yeah, they
Hardy
said-
about this
That
a while
through
ago.
2024 is going to remain high.
Like, does it
Perfect.
make sense to short long-term bonds still, or is that not
Shorting
worth the while?
long-term bonds implies the long-term interest rate will still go up. And while possible, it's now less likely, seeing that the official unemployment rate is creeping upwards.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I
nowhere
think that
near
was
as high as J-Pop probably wants it, but we're definitely heading in that direction.
Yeah, that was a play I looked at like when they first started announcing the rate hikes, and it would have been good to go in back then, but I feel like it's way too late now.
So what does this mean for like the travel industry for consumers? Is it recession proof like Delta American Airlines. Are they good stocks to get call options on, or go short on them?
Somebody on a previous call said they noticed a nice decrease in the price on routes that they regularly travel from all of the airlines. So it seems like the airlines are competing for customers. So it might be lower revenue. But he said he saw some nice price decreases for the normal routes that he traveled. That's just one story.
So if we're expecting lower travel demand, that also affects hospitality, right? Like hotels. And further than that, it also affects Airbnb, right? Because I know Simple made an announcement like a week or 2 weeks back saying he's bullish on Airbnb. He doesn't see any decrease on that. So I'm just trying to make a connection here.
Well, that was in Europe. He said that he's actually preparing some of his properties or whatever for Airbnb.
But I mean, I don't think it's a U.S. thing. I think it's a global thing with a slowing in demand with travel, right?
Yeah, I agree with my PP here. I read some article, and it was posted in Costco, like the Costco subreddit, and they were talking about how Costco and Macy's have been reporting less spending from consumers towards like the prime products, and on the same hand, these airlines and hotel companies are reporting like record bookings. So I think it's more of a global trend rather than rather than being at one location.
I think a good company to go short on is Booking.
What's there to ask, Bitcoin? Rates are going up, and therefore the cost of debt is going up, which means the returns you need in order to make borrowing the debt worthwhile go up. So the inverse relationship between the price of something and its yield, the interest rate, suggests that in order to have the increased return to justify the cost of the debt, you either need to increase the gains from buying the investment or lower the price of the investment. That's why recession is broadly considered to be imminent. Part of the trouble, I suspect, is that a lot of the stimulus money went to the stock market.
I can confirm mine did.
Anybody got a position in Lululemon?
I think Jay Bourbon had calls.
No
Oh.
comment.
He had puts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I usually only play earnings on like my favorite boomer stocks like Colgate, and then for some reason I was tempted with these recent ones like Ulta and Lulu. I was missed the mark on it.
You got shares or you got calls? I mean, puts.
Puts, and
Okay.
the earnings went the other way. They were good.
Oh, here we go. G Bourbon's on.
Here to talk some
Why
trash.
would you bet against? Why would you bet against Ryler?
We had a conversation yesterday, and you supported my thesis, and then later on, you just changed course.
What was
Wait,
your
what's the-
thesis?
what's
I don't
the-
remember supporting.
What was the thesis?
I think you asked why. I don't know if you supported it, but you said that it was it made sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have what's the other brand they bought? Athletica or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't look too much into it. I just know they sell yoga pants.
Yeah,
Isn't
no,
Athletica Nike? Or not Nike, wow, stop, Gap.
Athleta, sorry.
Oh, I thought
Yes.
that was Gap and Old Navy brand.
I'm pretty sure Lulu is called like Lulu Athleta Corporation or something like that.
Bourbon, you got shares or you got calls? I think you got calls, they said, right?
So I have calls 6/16 expiration, and then Helpful Haya. We were both on the chat here yesterday, and he has expiration today. So
What's the strike?
the IV for today. The only reason I didn't go today was because it was like close to 200%. And the IV for 6/16 was closer towards like 70%. So that's why I took those. But so we're gonna track whose returns were greater. It's an
Right.
experiment. This probably is. Like, I mean, it's up pretty nicely. But my kind of theory was just that, if people are already spending $100, like those people are already going to continue paying $100 for freaking yoga pants. It's kind of the people that save money, they're going to just keep going to wherever they buy them from. So the market kind of didn't seem any different there. And then the stock was down and a ton of people were bearish. Like if you looked at the sentiment across the board, it was very bearish. So I like inversing. Same thing I did with Chegg. Here's Helpful right now.
What was the strike price?
$350 for me, and then $345 for Helpful. And his
Oh.
expiration's today.
The reason I hopped in Lulu is because the price was right around the same as last earnings when it shot up from 320 to 360, floated around, and over the 3 months it just dies back down. So Lulu is like, when you buy it once, you don't want to go anywhere else. A lot of people stay faithful to them. They have a lot of good deals. If you're like a fitness instructor, you get 25% off. Anybody that's kind of reputable
You're cutting out.
You're in the
there,
cornfield.
blockchain, buddy.
Yeah.
Helpful here cutting out, but I think Helpful has
It's a
played.
discount, but their product is so cheap today. It made sense because
He's on his way to Scald's office, I think.
Yeah, he's played Lulu before. We were on the chat here around like 3. p.m. And he's played Lulu before, where he said like the same thing pretty much happens, where after earnings it shoots up and then it sits there whenever it shoots up,
Right.
and then maybe like a week or so after it just like comes back down to reality pretty hard. So we're thinking of loading up puts in the next week or so. So Ryler, if your expiration is later, you could get lucky. But
I normally don't do one DTE, but this time I did.
This time you did.
Damn.
You fucking degen, bro.
Well,
Not even I did that.
No, I was just like, I want to make some quick money real fast, and you know how that goes.
Yeah, and then we had Jeff on here. We had Jeff on here yesterday too, and we were fucking with him. I was like, "Should we buy, dude? Should we buy?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah,
well,
fuck it."
All my other I have leaps and other stuff. Like this is just I actually renamed it my casino account because I intentionally don't want to put more money in it. I'm just like, if it fails, I'm just like, whatever. I don't give a shit.
So we had Georgia on the call around 3 p.m. yesterday too, and I was like, "Yo, Georgia, read us your 8-ball prediction for Lulu." And he's like, "All right, give me a minute." Like 2 minutes later, he's like, "Yeah, it's bullish. Buy calls." We're like, "All right." We're like, "Fuck it." So yeah, it's a good play. There was charge point earnings. There's charge point earnings. There was Dell, right? I don't know what was going on with Dell pre-market. It was like halted.
I have Broadcom puts as well, so that might work out because they fell into the AI trap. Everyone was like, and what's funny is I was like shit talking C3 AI, and I didn't buy puts on it, and I should have.
Yeah, that one, because of the IV I didn't play, I added to my watch list, and they definitely doubled the puts. So even if IV's high, you can still make money if you're predicting a big move.
Better now?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to get into maybe even today, depending on price movement, but 320 to 330 September Lulu puts.
I'm done with Lulu.
It usually retraces. It shoots up and then it'll retrace back down and then go right back up. So, I mean, you make a little bit of money on the way down.
Yeah. 23 Moon, what's up, man? You were here yesterday when we were talking, Lulu.
What's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
You see, it's even fucking higher now. Fucking
yeah.
370.
Right, remember we were talking about it yesterday? Fucking Georgia with his 8-ball prediction.
Now Georgia over there discouraging everybody to, if you didn't put 18,000, you're gonna go to
Yeah,
hell.
he's like put 18 grand down. I was like, shit, dude.
Georgia, they're wanting everybody to lose their earnings.
Oh, he was talking about something other than U.S. Steel?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Oh, man, that's funny.
And then we got Jeff there.
Are you you getting rid of your position as soon as market opens or what?
Yeah, dude. I'm not holding this bitch.
Bro, it's going to 500.
Do you think so? Should I hold?
Yeah, hold it. Hold it.
Hold it.
It just crashes.
I want to watch you lose.
Fuck you, just because you're down to 0%.
Damn.
Riley has puts. He bet against ass.
Well, the funny thing is, I was on the talk with you, and then I should have stayed on to hear you guys talking about calls. It probably would have convinced me to change my play.
Yeah, you definitely should have.
Puts against Lulu?
Yeah.
Yeah, Move's known for a week now or two. I've been looking at calls. I just was hesitating to buy because people were just telling me every bearish scenario. But with George's 8-ball prediction and Helpful's insight and previous earnings, and then Jeff pushing us to buy, I was like, fuck it, let's just go.
It was like the ultimate peer pressure. It felt good. And now it feels fucking great.
Should have
Yeah.
loaded the boat.
You can't inverse Becky's. It's just not going to work.
Hey,
Yeah, once I
Bertie.
realized they have a Fleta, I was like, oh shit, yeah, definitely bullish. And then like people always think they're just yoga pants. Like I have like dress pants from there, like golf
Oh,
pants.
I thought you were about to tell us about your yoga pants collection.
Tell us about
Well, that
your
too.
weekend shenanigans.
Yeah, no, they have really good men dress pants / golf pants. So if anybody's interested, check them out for a small fee of $99.
Yeah, and they're so they're cost effective. They're cheap to make, and they sell them for a high price. Just
Yeah,
makes sense.
and then somebody was telling us the story of, I can't remember, someone who went number 2 in their pants or something. And then I was like, but did they drip? They're like, no. I was like, shit, self-absorbing Lulu fucking leggings, calls, dude.
Yeah, we're finding a lot about bourbon. He's got his Ulta supplies.
I don't know what it is, but like just women-related products. I'm always bullish. I don't know if it was you, Ryder. You went in with Ulta calls with me one time. I've definitely mentioned it before.
That was the problem. Is like the heck. I'm trying to remember. I said that I was bearish on them because I was like, yeah, I keep making this assumption that if we're going into a recession, like people are going to buy cheaper shit at like Target. But I think you guys said they sell all that cheap shit too. So people flock to that store as well.
The biggest problem with Ulta, though, is they said theft prevention was lacking. So that's where a lot of their profit went. That's why they went down. They still beat.
Did you say theft prevention?
Yeah.
So are they just not like putting money into like security?
Yeah. They do, because a lot of the people that work there are women, and they just don't really stand up to it. So a lot of times, like the smaller stuff just gets stolen off the shelf, and some things like makeup are $60-70 that they can't recoup because it's in somebody's pocket walking out the front door.
So it's like the insiders are just bringing it home with them.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised with this move because Helpful and I were looking at the implied movement for options, and it was like 7% or something like that. So that's why we chose the strikes we chose.
Yeah, so people talking about Palantir, it's been on a huge run, like even the past like 3 to 6 months. Do we think they're going to keep going? I don't know about that one.
Holy shit, dude. I was definitely bullish, but like at this point, they're sitting at $14. Yeah, I don't know. They're at $30 billion market cap. I wouldn't be comfortable buying and holding.
Yeah, I mean, you see this spike that started early May.
Yeah, I mean, of course they have the AI application because they're a database management tool, and they are also defense contractors. So even my old company worked with them heavily and partnered with them. They also worked with like the spooky 3-letter agencies on top of the army, really heavily. So, all they had to do was just say, oh yeah, we already have it. Or now we have, more AI. But I think it's the same BS that they have. Like, I don't think it's anything unique, anything extraordinary. But the market's been eating it up because it's been beaten down so hard.
Yeah, and I think with this hype recently after NVIDIA, I think it's kind of dying down a bit.
Yeah, when you think it's over, it just continues somehow. But
Well, until like the next round of earnings, there's probably not going to be much news on
yeah,
it.
yeah, that's pointless. If you haven't gotten into AI related stocks, then you're kind of done for. Speaking of AI, I was talking Amazon yesterday.
Jeff Amazon?
So, say that again.
I'm just kidding.
So yeah, ticker Amazon. They are starting to offer, or going to offer, at least this is the plan, their mobile packages, like cellular mobile packages for their Prime members, to the point where it'll either be free or they would pay like a very small amount. So Amazon's working with T-Mobile and I think Verizon, and then maybe one other cellular company, to add to their Prime members a package that's like extremely affordable. So if you have T-Mobile and then you get Prime, you could either get it for free, or you could get your cellular paid for free, or it'll be like $10 a month or something like that, like something super small. So they've been driving that heavily. And then another thing about Amazon was they've completely restructured and reorganized their AWS business and teams to stand up an entire generative AI team. And so now, it has its own VP, has its own set of goals and resources. And so instead of, their generative AI being under like some team and then under another team and blah, 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 they are their own team entity under AWS now. So it's just getting up and running. Of course,
is that why they're laying off a ton of people?
Yeah. So for a layoff, for mass layoffs, right? You can't just lay off people based on the individual. It has to be role specific, right? Meaning that they could lay off organizations and teams and roles. Like, for instance, if they're like, you know what, our EV sector part of the business is trash, like, fuck it, like, let's just can the whole team. They're not making money, we're losing money, blah, blah, blah. They can't just be like, oh, Ryler, that guy over there in the EV sector, like, he hasn't reached his goals and he's been slacking. Like, let's just fire him. They can't do that for lawfully laying people off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, any business now, it's you have to go through so many different channels of HR to remove someone.
Yeah, so it's less about removing the individual and more about role reduction. It has to be role reduction. Like, it has to be role reduction specific. You can't just say, I'm laying that person off because fuck them. So that's why with these layoffs, they have to be very particular with what they're doing. So each team, essentially within AWS, had a gun in their hand and was told which one of your services do you want to can, and each team had to decide.
A quick question about the Amazon membership and the cellular companies kind of merger, not a merger, but kind of that joint offer. So right now, Amazon has around 200 million Prime members, and if they are out there giving these membership at a discount, I don't know how many number of people they're gonna add to their current number of members, but don't you think it's gonna hurt them profit-wise, because they're now selling that membership at a cheaper price, whereas right now I'm paying close to like what, $120?
They're not selling the Amazon Prime at a discount. They'll be working with your like for T-Mobile, for instance. I know that's definitely one that they're working with. They're going to T-Mobile and saying, hey, for our Prime members, can you guys offer free cellular, or can you give us like a discount? And we'll have all of our Prime members basically kind of move on to you and the other cellular companies we choose. I think it's like a 3 total. So the discount is going towards your cellular company, not towards your Prime membership. You'll still pay the same Prime membership. I don't know if it'll increase. It could. But it's definitely not going to be the other way around.
Got it. I haven't had my morning coffee yet, so my bad.
No, you're good. Hopefully that was clear enough.
I will say Amazon's starting to reach gamma max.
You're cutting out again, but you said gamma max.
So,
Delta neutral gamma
with
max.
no news, I might take some.
Yeah, you're in the
Yeah,
matrix still.
Yeah, it might be Delta neutral. Gamma max.
So we got 20 minutes till opening. What's going on?
What's going on? My DWAC put expires today, so I can stop fucking looking at it. Bourbon, I told you to sell.
Oof.
Yeah, I had like $11 put on it forever. But other than that, it's short tech. Nvidia's still got some more to drop. Some juicy shorts there. I know you morons probably think Nvidia's going to the moon all the rest of the year. But it's not. What else is
Nvidia is higher TCMS.
GME's
Yes.
June 7th. What else we got, boys? Google. Should we short Google? Google's overbought. What's we got here? These are all like very short-term plays, by the way, people like.
If you ask me, in my biased opinion, I feel like Google hasn't been bought enough.
Yeah, PayPal's pretty cheap right now. PayPal hasn't been this cheap since like 2017. What else? I got a short. I'm shorting the growth indices. So SPYG, I have a short in on that. A $58 call on SPY growth because it's been running the past 3 months and nothing lasts forever. Oh, and rates are supposed to be hiked again.
I was thinking about picking up some zero DTs on that piece of shit Carvana, some puts after its little pop yesterday. Thinking it might come back down to reality today.
What is it at? Let me see here.
It was up a little bit in pre-market, but now it's already starting to drop. So hoping I didn't miss the boat, but still thinking it's got a little bit more room to come down.
Yeah, I love shorting Carvana. That's like that's a fun one. Oh, fucking $14. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, this thing's gonna go down to like $10, 9 to 10.
Yeah, it looks like it's dropping like a fucking rock right now. I should have bought them at the close yesterday, but
oh shit,
got busy and couldn't pull the trigger.
Fuck me.
Anyone want a Chinese pump and dump?
What you got?
I highly don't recommend it, but MMV. Monkey Victor.
Oh, ni hao. Ni hao indeed.
Monkey victory. Yeah, I heard.
Multi metaverse. Multi metaverse. Yeah, that's what I need.
Oh my goodness. $3 stock? My kind of play.
Ni hao ma. How do you say goodbye in Chinese? Say goodbye.
I don't know. Hardy's not here anymore.
Anybody speak Mandarin in the chat? Let us know.
There's not even options on this. You've seen this, right?
That means
There's
it's so
another option.
degen that they can't even
Yeah.
put options chain on it.
That means it's very prone to pump and dump.
I'm back. What we talking about?
What was that?
I was saying I'm back. What we talking about?
Oh, I thought that was Mandarin. Damn.
Apologies, I couldn't find this window to click. Zaijin, I believe, is the traditional Mandarin word. I don't know about the conversational word.
Does that mean goodbye or
Yes.
Okay.
See you again later.
There's also the loan words like bye bye and things of that nature. I think there's a lot of them. Gaobie, Wuan, I don't even remember.
Funny, I just had to check my portfolio. I actually have MMV sitting in my portfolio. I bought it like a month and a half ago. It was doing some stupid fucking pump then, and I picked up a few shares. So hopefully I can get out of that position now. Thank God.
What price point did you pick it up at?
I was trying to do the math. I got 55 and 92. Like $1.40, 141. So I'll be exiting the hell out of that as soon as I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
UCAR still pumping? Jeez. What the heck is this? What's up, Tin Can? Did you have a play?
The play.
Is it the play AH?
My keyboard is stuck.
Well, you got honey under the keys.
It's not honey.
It's sticky though.
Damn, that was original, son. You think of that all by yourself? The fucking keyboard is sticky joke. That one's almost as old as Cocaine Smells Good.
Oh, I haven't tried that one. What does it smell like?
No, that's the joke, is that it smells good because it's cocaine.
Smells like
I know.
gasoline, and I love gasoline.
Really? I didn't know that. I know some weed smells like gasoline. I don't do coke. I smoke weed. So.
It's literally made with gasoline.
I agree.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's legitimately made with gasoline, bro.
That's fucking hilarious.
Only two of the main processes of gasoline, actually. The majority of processors use ether-based for the pharmaceutical usages. A la Vicente Fox, Washington's worst nightmare, the farmer and ex-president of Bolivia.
Okay.
I used to do coke, but the ice cubes kept getting stuck in my nose, so I had to quit.
Oh,
No, that's called crack.
Plug it. 2 digits.
So, calls on crack, but we got 8 minutes till market open.
What was the mayoral campaign for Marion Barry versus Mario Cuomo in New York? Vote smack, not crack, because one of them had a heroin arrest and one of them had a crack cocaine arrest in the 80s.
Oh, Bergen.
I don't know, but if NASDAQ doesn't break 145.20 today, I'm about to short everything.
Yeah.
Because this shit looks like a double top to me.
So, are you buying puts on QQQ?
No, I've already got a SPY growth put. And I've got a... Hold on. That's the only option I have right now. It's just to put on SPY growth.
What ticker's at SpyG?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I've noticed that, like, obviously the Nasdaq ETFs would not hold anything on the New York Stock Exchange. But what other reason do you pick that one?
Just because the options are cheaper and it's less volatility. So you're paying a ton of... The IV is really high on things like IWM because everybody uses options to trade that. You know what I mean? It's like nobody even trades IWM really.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah,
that's why
sometimes,
I don't use the indices options.
Yeah, and if I want to get like cheap Nasdaq options, I'll just do it on TQQQ, but that one's obviously more volatile than anything else.
I play IWM sometimes. Those are your mid caps.
Yeah.
I haven't been lucky much with QQQ. SPY I like the best.
Oh, SQQQ might be a good buy right now. Pick up some of that while it's cheap.
What is that now?
I don't know.
Let's look.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's another one where you can usually like gauge what it's going to do based off of like support and resistance.
It's at $22. I mean, it's pretty cheap, but
Holy shit. You just never know, like, is it actually cheap or has it, like, completely fucking deteriorated because it's a 3x
Fucking-
inverse? You know what I mean?
You can't.
for real,
you
dude.
shouldn't
Fucking
be-
Boyle vibes.
I know you
You
don't
shouldn't
hold
be
it long
doing
term.
you shouldn't be doing any TA on the derivative. Like always look at the underlying index.
I know. That's why it's like, is it actually like cheap or is this just part of the deterioration? Fuck.
Maybe I'll just treat it like Boyle and keep buying upside calls as it goes down. Just double down every 2 weeks.
Yeah, below 20.
So I just want to say, The sentence of SQQQ is really cheap right now, followed by what's the price? Oh, I don't know, is so Wall Street Bets, and I absolutely love you
I
guys
caught that
for
too.
it.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
That's a buy signal for me.
Yeah.
You guys are on Wall Street Bets. You know
It's a
that,
good
right?
indicator.
You know you're on a Discord server.
We're allowed to use some intelligence, so.
No, not to judge my semantics. How dare you, Rad? How dare you?
Listen, I'm proud of you. I think it's a great moment. We need more of this. We need more people being like, this thing is cheap. What's the price? That's not what makes it cheap. It's just undervalued.
I had to ask the question, man. I was like, what the fuck? How did he not know?
I just knew tech's been running. All I know is tech's up 30% the last 3 months, right? EQ's gotta be cheap.
But would you rather buy SQQQ or would you do QQQ puts, you know?
Fuck, see, now that's the conundrum, dude.
I think I'm gonna play Theta Gang on it because
I guess probably the QQQ puts, right? Because then you're getting options premium on it. But I don't know.
What's Tesla at? Let's look.
Dude, Tesla made me a bunch of money these past 2 weeks. Up like 15% on Tesla yesterday. I sold a bunch of it.
Yeah, it's tough buying it right now. Fuck.
Wow, Tesla's.
I actually rebalanced my whole fucking portfolio. Took a lot of shit out. Sold a lot of tech shit.
My portfolio is gonna do some weird maneuver in about 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
Going to collapse, eh?
No, I mean, like I said, I have Broadcom puts and Lulu puts, so they might just like cancel each other out.
Yeah. Dude, Broadcom was so expensive. I was like looking at the two.
I got 700 strike puts, so I don't know if it's going down that long.
Oh shit! Expiration today.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking DJ.
Like yeah, like around like 3 o'clock yesterday, I was like, I'm kind of bored. Let's just buy some stupid shit.
Yeah, it's at 788.
I'll let you know what happens.
If you disappear, we'll know what happened.
Yeah, if you don't say anything, we can guess.
I'll just go.
Just hit us with an oh no.
We'll see. I'll give you a live reaction.
Don't think of it as losing money. Think of it as not having to pay taxes. And if you look at it that way,
I'm good on
it's
that
huge.
for a couple years.
Yeah, but you know that gaining money on any stock or option is because someone lost, right? So thank you for your sacrifice, Ryder.
Well, the other day, PP was asking me. He's like, "Oh, you've been writing off these losses, right?" And I'm like, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah.
They say if you live to be 70, you have a very high chance to make it to 100. So you're going to need those write-offs.
Oh my! Oh fuck!
Oh, 9:30, boys.
But you can only write off a certain amount, right?
Yeah, 3,000 every year.
I just lost 3,000.
You get taxed on every fucking dollar that you make over 3,000, but yet you can only write off $3,000.
Wait, I'll post this in the chat. Hold on.
Unless you specify yourself.
Well, you can only write off $3,000 against your other earnings, but you can, if you had previous losses, or previous gains, then you can write the more losses off against those gains, capital gains.
Posted my winnings in the chat.
If Nvidia doesn't break 416 today, I'll probably short it.
Wait, how do I get rid of this thing? Negative 99.02%. I guess that's fair enough.
So you're saying there's some value in those contracts left?
I'm good on earnings plays for a couple weeks.
What? You're not going to play GME? Did you already get your GME?
You know what? I will. I'll make it all back
late.
on GME. Just watch.
So it's a little late. IV's already kind of crazy. I fucking missed my chance, to be honest. I was watching it the whole time and then just like, whatever.
Big Lots is up 13%.
So what
when
if
they
I buy
announce,
GME puts?
but when they announce that they're coming out with GME Coin, which is going to be the official currency of all DLC, then you'll see that they're the best company in the world.
That's what they're missing, monopoly money.
Big Lots is up 15. Your favorite stock.
Big Lots. You have to be a member to go to Big Lots?
No.
Oh, Costco for poor people. Hey, let's go.
Wasn't someone's mom on here like 6 months ago just raving about how Big Lots was the greatest place in the world and like she
Yes,
shops there all the time?
Yeah.
I remember. That was so funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
Different strokes for different folks. Oh, fuck. Hopefully, Carvana's pumping more.
Nintendo's up a healthy click today. 2%. Google's up 1.5%.
T-Mobile's down like 8%. Anything going on with T-Mobile in the news?
I'm up almost 24% on my Google shares.
Let's see if New Holdings reaches 7 and stays there.
I always love the like somber 10 minutes after the market opens where we just like stare at the screen.
Yeah, because we're getting demolished right now.
It's fun.
Unless you're a bull.
Most of my stuff is bullish, so it didn't counteract the bearish stuff though.
So it looks like after news from the Amazon cellular partnership, blah blah blah, Verizon and T-Mobile are down big. Go figure.
I just had quite the interesting scare. So, I didn't know that this had happened, but while I was overseas, something busted a hole in one of the trash cans where we keep our corn for our chickens. I went to go feed the chickens just now, and I heard something moving around in there. And then a squirrel jumped out of the trash can.
Sounded like it was gonna be a way bigger animal.
Right? It's like a fucking ant. That was just your mom looking for a nut. Got him.
Honestly, squirrels are a pain though. They'll steal a bunch and keep like taking it and hiding it and going back in. So that's bad.
Yeah, I had some garbage cans that were like not closed up well enough, and we thought it was raccoons, so we put a like a brick on top, and then like the next day we see like trash all over the backyard, and then I'm like, man, it must be like 5 raccoons going through this, and then I get up to drink some coffee the next morning, and there's a fucking black bear in my backyard. So I was like, oh, that's what it was.
I don't think that brick was going to do much against that.
Yeah. So then we bought like an enclosure, and hasn't been any bears since then.
I was really hoping you were gonna say it was just one super strong squirrel that was just like, nah, brah, I'm getting this.
That's where I should have gone with that.
Squirrel. See a couple of videos. This guy will like make these kind of like obstacle courses, and he tries to see if his local squirrels can figure him out. And usually it'll take a couple days, and then they figure it out. Squirrel. Squirrel.
Trump?
God, that's a no-no. This podcast is sponsored by Trupanion Pet Insurance. Puts on Trup.
And Energy Transfer's up 1% today.
ET.
ET phone home.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to believe this, but I made most of that money back on my healthcare play. The ticker Cure just keeps going up.
Damn, Big Lots at 23%.
Nasdaq is running. Bullish. So much for shorting shit.
I've been holding about 200 shares of QLD. It's a double leveraged version of QQQ. And I've been holding it for a couple of weeks, so it's up quite a bit. And I don't plan on selling it. I think I'm just going to sell calls against it if there's any reason to think the Nasdaq's going to go down again. It just occurred to me that WSP sound disappeared. So let's try to get him back. Oh, Bitcoin! I accidentally invited you to speak instead of WSB sound, but you're feel free to discuss anything. Or you could just sit on the stage. It's cool.
And there it goes. But it did beat fucking the high from a few days ago. I don't know, fellas. What do you think? Gonna continue rallying next week, or is it gonna let some heat off next week?
I think it's gonna drop, but it's gonna keep trending upward overall.
My dude went into Amazon calls. Let's go.
Amazon calls, you said?
One guy bought some calls for June. It's been one of the most lagging of the tech after they got beat to shit. I'll probably sell around 135, 140.
Well, that was a nice morning pump. We'll see if it holds. don't know, man. Everything growthy is up 30% this month.
Does that mean it's time to buy value?
I mean, I wouldn't
short
rotate
growth?
that hard. I wouldn't say it's time to rotate. I just think there might be a short-term little pullback. So on the next dip, I'm probably buying calls for growth, but I'm going to short it first. And I'll probably short some of the weaker semiconductors that are just gaining, that just got a pump off the news.
Yeah, they've been riding the coattails of Nvidia, I think.
Yeah. Like SMCI. See, I should have bought the put fucking yesterday, but I wanted to wait and see what happened today, but it's already off 2%.
I'm up 12% on Broadcom. Pause.
Yeah, I bought. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it recovered strangely.
Yeah, I just did a boomer strategy on SMCI because I actually saw it like a day before. I just lucked out and saw it a day before the fucking AI pump, and I'm up 40% on the stock. Wish I would have bought options.
Oh, by boomer you just mean shares.
Yeah, I just bought shares.
Nice.
This is just a strictly profit play from money I made on Lulu contracts, but I'm going to take 350 puts for July 21st expiration.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
Have a good one.
don't know if anybody took them with me, but those Lulu 350 puts for July 21st are up about 7% right now.
It's going.
You buy those today?
So I played calls yesterday, but I had bought puts this morning in reverse that Lulu always comes back down after the earnings report. So
Good deal.
I took the 350 721s. They're up about 70% right now.
Anyone that complains about how quiet it is gets pulled up on stage.
Wasn't complaining. I was just stating a fact.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. You could just hang out here if you want.
All right.
What's up, y'all? How you doing?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
Doing well, man. I bought some calls in CVS today, expiring in November. They're like pretty cheap.
Which company did you say?
CVS. I bought
CVS.
the 11/17/80 strike, and they were like 30 cents each.
Oh, nice. What's your any thesis behind that, or just like the price?
What's the price? CVS, great company, great dividend. Healthcare is always a good thing. So,
yep, that's my favorite sector right now.
Yeah.
Aren't they like constantly being stolen from?
CVS?
Yes.
Oh, you mean like people still like candy bars and shit like that from them?
Shrinkage, mostly makeup.
Oh.
Yeah, if you watch a bunch of videos from like California, you'll see people like walk in with a trash bag, fill it up with a bunch of stuff, and just walk out because apparently they're not allowed to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, their workers aren't gonna do anything just because like they're being paid minimum wage. What are they gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Like that's not their company.
Well,
No,
I think
not their store.
between like the state law and that, basically, the companies just don't do anything. File a police report. We'll
Yeah, I mean,
get an insurance claim.
just write it off as a loss. It's not a huge deal for them, to be honest. To be stolen from, it'd be worse if they didn't have any sales at all.
Well, Walmart and Target are talking about closing down stores. They're taking extreme measures to reduce shrinkage. And if it's bad for them, I expect it's going to be bad for CVS. Now, it's not going to be reflected in the stock price into earnings. But
yeah, right. But like,
Walmart
I guess
and Target and that, and probably CVS to the same extent, they're going to look at it at a store-by-store basis. It's most likely not going to be some huge sweeping, we've lost X amount of millions of dollars due to theft this quarter. You're going to see them, they're going to look at individual stores like Walmart's been doing, where I think they closed a bunch in Portland, they closed one in Chicago, or like this specific store we're having issues because of shrinkage.
Right.
And that's going to be, yeah. Tell you what pharmacy company is not going to be doing well is Rite Aid.
I think Walgreens is gonna be in the same boat as CVS. They're gonna be doing just as fine.
Well, something that I've talked about for a while now is that stealing will only get more commonplace, and we will shift to a parking lot delivery system. And that places like Target and Walmart have built their stores for a while, like total fortresses, and they're just going to lock everything down. You'll buy everything online, and then they'll deliver it to your car in the parking lot.
Yeah. I agree.
And it's getting worse. It is getting worse. I actually just retweeted a unusual Wales tweet saying, I think it was Walmart who was complaining that the theft was getting out of control.
Hasn't been too bad. I mean, you'll always see shrinkage in that, and I think where I'm at, particularly, the criminals are about as dumb as you can get. Where and you'll see they'll get creative with how they do it. So I was talking with our asset protection manager the other day, and they had a guy so he was doing return fraud. So basically what he was doing was he was grabbing a bunch of items, and he didn't go out the door with them. He went to customer service and said, "Hey, I want to return these. I decided I don't want them."
Yeah, right.
And Walmart has the policy where like you don't actually have to have a receipt, but if you don't have the receipt, they'll give you a gift card. So then he can just use that gift card and get the stuff he actually does want.
Yeah, I mean that's basically Ocean's 8, right?
Yeah. So yeah, they'll get some pretty creative ones, but other than that, where I'm at, it's not too particularly bad. I know I actually work in the online digital shopping, so those of you who order your groceries and come pick it up or have it delivered, I am one of the people that work in that department, and Walmart is definitely wanting to move to that model more, but it's only about 10-15% of total sales at this point for Walmart.
Right.
But obviously, if they get to the point where it's strictly you coming to the parking lot or having your groceries delivered to your home, that reduces the amount of people they need drastically, and then they can completely reshape the store to where it's more conducive to us who are picking the items and getting it
To a warehouse,
instead of
like Costco.
to a warehouse like Amazon. I've worked for Amazon too. I didn't do quite the same task at Amazon, but they definitely are wanting to go to that model because
it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah, because then if they can do that, they can get rid of a lot of the hiring, because your personnel is going to be like your biggest single cost. And they're already starting to do it with some of the stores where they're getting rid of a lot of the registers and they're replacing it with self-checkout of that. And
no humans. I went again yesterday to Walmart, and again they had the 3 regular cashier, no one there, and only scan open and self-checkout. That's the 3rd time that's happened, and they told me it was corporate.
Yeah, it's definitely a corporate thing. They're because the store I work at, the starting wage is $14 an hour, and then you get to the fact that after 3 months you're eligible for benefits, and then after a year, actually it depends if you're part-time or full-time. I'm part-time, so after a year I was able to get matching 401k. And after 2 years as a part-time associate, I actually can accrue paid time off.
You know what it is, though? It's that no one wants to work anymore.
It's all part of the
fucking
plan.
around, dude.
It's all part of the plan to move to this sort of model.
Yeah.
And they're going to use shrinkage as an excuse to do it. It's problem, reaction, solution, and they're having the reaction. They're setting up the problem right now, but they've already got the solution. They've already built all of their stores like total fortresses, double encased cinder blocks with quadruple reinforced rebar. There's no way you're getting through that shit. And instead, they're going to lay everybody off because they know what's coming. And when AI replaces like millions of jobs, they're just going to shut all that shit down, and all those small mom and pop stores are going to get ransacked, and there won't be anything that they can do about it because the law will be on the criminal side, and they'll be like, well, they didn't take over $1,500 worth of merchandise, so you can't actually do anything about it.
Yep.
It's going to get crazy.
I mean, people have been saying for years it's going to get crazy, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. No, one sec.
Well, this is also a different side to the shrinkage that probably isn't being factored. So obviously you have things where people like take them and you get the stolen item shrinkage. Well, there's also the fact that especially with like grocery items and that, we'll have people like they'll grab, and it's ridiculous, they'll grab a thing of ground beef, and then while they're taking care of their snacks, grabbing the little Debbie cakes, they decide, you know what, actually I don't want this, and so then they leave it out, and once people like me find it, we're like, well, we don't know how long this has been out, so we have to err on the side of caution and throw it out. So when you're talking about spoilage as well, that's also another part that getting rid of the customer, we would save a lot of time and resources from having to grab stuff throughout the store and putting it back where it belongs. You'll see a prime example of that is like, especially in electronics, when you look like CDs, or if you go over to cosmetics and look at the makeup, it is a nightmare over there. I feel bad for anyone who ever has to zone those sections of the store. And then when my department's slow and they try to throw me over there, if I have the time, I'll use some protected paid time off and leave instead of doing that.
Walmart approximately loses $3 billion a year in shrinkage theft. Sure.
Shrinkage isn't just theft. It's also because we generally don't charge you for breaking stuff. I don't know if they do it. Sometimes I think they will charge you if it's a very high ticket item, so like a large TV or something like that. But other than that, a lot of those things are just written off. And so, yeah, shrinkage is a very broad category within Walmart.
Well, theft, shrinkage, they put it, usually put it in the same, when I read about it, the same category, theft, shrinkage. And you wonder why Walmart are union busters.
No, I don't wonder that at all, actually. Because they fucking suck, dude.
If they were union, they'd be a harder time for this to happen.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it'd be harder for them to get rid of like a lot of the cashiers in that, but that's not going to solve. Being unionized isn't going to magically solve their shrinkage problem.
No, not shrinkage, but losing jobs. It would be a big, a little more push on that. Usually, when there's $1 billion in annuity behind you, if it's that kind of union, then they have some kind of power.
I would be a lot more supportive of unions if they weren't so political, because it's really interesting. My dad is working as a engineer at a federal facility. They're doing construction there. So the craft by federal law has to be union. And you'll be surprised how many of those people have, the screw Joe Biden, let's go Brandon stickers on their hard hats and on the toolboxes and that. What they don't realize is their unions put in massive political contributions to the Democratic Party and the super PACs related to that. So I have a problem with the fact that I would have to pay dues to an organization that's going to be, they say they're acting in my interest, but in reality, they're supporting a lot of things that I don't.
Yeah, on a political front, yes. I mean, some unions are different than other unions. My union with movies happens to be a well-established unions, and we wouldn't be getting what we're getting in the movie business if it wasn't for them. Producers are snakes.
There's been some interesting movements. So I live about an hour away from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Chattanooga, Tennessee is where Volkswagen has its U.S. production facility. And I can't remember what happened with the second bout, but they've had 2 votes on unionization over there. The first one was with United Auto Workers Union, and they voted against unionizing with them. And then they actually were discussing about forming their own independent union because they're like, well, we don't really align with the interests of the UAW, but we also would like to have that kind of discussion and that representation for ourselves. So that second one, I was a lot more supportive of if I had been there than with the United Auto Workers.
unions have a good concept, but it's poor execution. Because the only thing more corrupt than the government is the union. And today, with the internet, you don't really need unions anymore. You can create a movement using the power of the internet. I mean, look what's going on with the boycotting of Budweiser and Target. You know, there's no figurehead that's running all that. It's just individual people.
Our most active ones, Tesla, and then our favorite Chinese pump and dump, apparently, MMV, PQQ, SQQT, so I believe that's AT&T, UCar, Boyle, Neo, MMV apparently went up $1.75, so it's up 182%, and that is a really nice pump and dump.
What is it?
MMV, Multi-Metaverse Holdings, currently trading at $2.80 a share. It is up 193.32%.
In the past 5 days.
Unfortunately, no options because I guarantee you tomorrow it'll be the biggest loser. UCAR is up 36.5% at it gained $2.77. UUU, that's uranium. Where's Rad? That one's up almost 30%. Today. It's actually up over 30%.
No, UUU is Universal Security Instruments.
Or is it UUPs? Is that the uranium one that he's always talking about?
That's DB.
No, that's the currency.
UUP is the dollar.
Uranium is, I think, I bought it a while back too.
Isn't it URNM?
Now going to some of our biggest losers. Ticker S, which is Centalone Inc. They're down 36.5%. CJET is down 26.37%. That's Jupiter Wellness Acquisitions. Oh, that automatically sounds like a SPAC to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see, looking at futures, the Dow E-mini is up 1.5%. NASDAQ E-mini is up 0.7%. S&P 500 E-mini up 1.14%. Oil is up almost 2%. Gold down a little over 0.5%, and the U.S. 10-year bond is down roughly 0.5%.
What's E-mini?
That is a good question because I don't really. It just shows online. It says Dow E-mini.
Oh, there's a thing called mini options. Is that it?
Possibly.
They're like mini contracts, so instead of 100 shares, they're like 8 shares or 12 shares or something like that.
And then there's the Nikkei 225. Apparently that's a dollar index.
It's a Japan dollar.
Yeah, it's up 1.8%. All the fixed bonds are down. 30-year Treasury is down 56 cents. 10 years down 58 cents. The 2-year is down 27 cents. Euro to US dollar shows a 0.36% change, but apparently that's less than a cent. So it's showing me as the dollar change being 0. So it looks like the dollar is weakening against the euro, the pound, and the yen. but gaining strength against the Canadian dollar and the Australian dollar. Corn is down, wheat is down, soybeans, live cattle, lean hog are all up. Gold, silver, and platinum are down. Copper is up. Crude oil is up almost 2%. Natural gas, almost 3%. Heating oil, 1.5%. And gasoline is up almost 2%.
Where are you reading these off of?
This is off of the Fidelity app.
I sold my calls to Revenue on SPY. Could have made 3x. Instead I made like 30%.
Looks like across the board today, all the sectors are up.
Yeah,
There's only...
makes sense. After debt ceiling talks.
Yeah. So there are, according to my app, it shows there are only 3 sectors that their 1 year percentage change is positive. That is industries, they're up 1 year, it's up 3.5%. Information technology is up 19.5% over the year, and communication services is up 5.75%. So it also shows me the top orders by Fidelity customers. Tesla, slightly towards the sell side. Nvidia, slightly towards the buy side. UCAR is just about even. TQQQ, a little bit more buying. Amazon really is dead center. And MMV, it's starting to go towards the sell side. VZ is very much on the buy side. SQQQ on the buy. Apple. Wait, no. Is that Apple? AAPL? Yep, that's Apple. Don't remember how many A's were in it.
You said VZ is going towards the...
It's very much on the buy side. Verizon Communications, yeah. So apparently everyone's buying the dip.
Is this... what's the word?
So this is just basically Fidelity saying, here's what customers are trading, and here's shows you the ratio and the buy orders compared to total orders. So let's see, looking at Verizon, they have 3,484 buy orders out of 4,048 total orders.
Okay. Cool. I might buy some calls then.
Interestingly enough, one of those stocks that is losing a ton of money, the ticker S, Centine Loan Inc. I have no clue how to say that. It's way too many words. That one, it has 2,082 buy orders out of 2,814 total orders, so quite the volume there. It looks like roughly 75% is buy on that one. Let's see, does that one have options? It does have options. Right now it is trading at $13.10. Let's see what the options look like. So looking at the June 16th expiry, looks like it is $50 a contract for the $14 calls, 30 for the 15, 20 for the 16, and 10 for the 1750s. Interesting. Kind of meet the middle strike there. And then on the put side, interestingly enough, it kind of gaps weird because right now the in the money strike price of $12.50, at least that's in the money on the call side, looks like $115 for the contract, and then on the put side it's 50 cents. Next strike price down is $11. And on the put side, it's only $15 for the contract. See what the news is on that one that's causing it. I wonder if it had bad earnings. Oh. Apparently, there's an investigation
Into which?
into Sentinel-1.
What's the
Oh, so that's
symbol, dude?
the ticker is S. Holzer and Holzer LLC is investigating whether Sentinel-1 complied with federal securities laws. On June 1st, 2023, Sentinel-1 announced that it was making a one-time adjustment of $27 million to its annualized recurring revenue and cut its fiscal year 2024 revenue guidance from a range of $590 to $600 million from the previous range of $631 to $640 million. So basic.
They're saying that forward guidance was misleading investors.
Yeah, so basically it's one of those things like, oh, a bunch of people are losing money because they had bad forward guidance.
Yeah.
And now if you want, you can join us and we'll represent you and take all your money from a settlement. If there is one.
Right.
So yeah, so they had a bad earnings report is what happened. But UBS adjusted their price target to $18 from $19, but still maintains it as a buy rating. Let's see, that could definitely be an interesting one to go for. I have to gamble the little liquidity I have in my account. Go for that 1750 call.
On which?
On Sentinel-1, so ticker S.
Oh, you're buying puts?
Right now. What?
You're buying puts?
No, I'm looking at potentially going for the call because there's still a lot of buying going on it.
Yeah.
So I think there's people who are gonna. I don't know if it will jump back up 30% within a week, but I'm hoping I can get some of the volatility
I'd like to go for the closer strike price, but I don't have enough money in my account to do it. And by the time I would have a chance, it would probably be too expensive, and I'd probably miss out on the potential upswing anyway.
So you're buying weeklies at the money.
So I'm buying the June 16th expiry for the 1750 strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, and bought. So we'll see how that works out for me.
What would you pay for it?
$10 with commission, $10.50 for the contract.
Oh, okay, so those are 10 cents.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's some interesting news in the chat regarding. Oh, that's what happened. Bed Bath & Beyond shooting way up there today because apparently they have a potential buyer for Bye Bye Baby.
80%. Cool. You got the 616?
What was that?
You got the 616?
Oh yeah, for the call. Yeah, for S.
Yeah, but who's put shares of BBBY, right? It's also on the penny stock market. And see this.
I'm still holding a few BBBY shares. What's it at?
28 cents. And 2 cents.
Can you sell them? Is it is the
Yeah, you can tell about OTC, like just like regular stocks, but they're commission.
It's at 2 cents. It was higher than that before.
20 cents? 20 cents. 29
20
cents.
cents. Gotcha.
It went up 20 cents in the past month. It's at 3 cents today.
Will it ever come back, Gino? Will it ever squeeze?
Oh yeah, thanks. That's a goal. My mic was actually pointed up. it can go up or down, and I had it up. So it's probably better now, right?
Yeah, it sounds way better.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
I already made my money off of BBBY. I don't care if it squeezes or not. I'm just joking. I'm just laughing because it's actually going up.
Yeah.
I lost my ass on BBBY because I sold a
You did?
cash secured put.
Oh, you bought a CSP. Damn. Go on.
So the cash secure put. What strike?
I think it was like a $15 strike. And
Oh damn.
And it was like a two day to expiry. And like within those 2 days, Ryan Cohen had officially exited his entire position in the stock.
Oh shit, dude.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, you gotta have those problems. What the fuck are you doing, dude? What was that?
Huh?
It made me jump out of my
That was
seat.
his dramatic reenactment. His reaction when he found out that Cohen exited his entire position.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It was only, man, I don't know, whatever. I actually made money on the way up. It probably equaled out, but I mean, it was like 3 months of climbing and then literally 1 day of just a flash crash that absolutely wrecked my leverage position.
Yeah, you gotta buy the clothes for some private. That's it.
Yeah, I was surprised. I actually managed to make money buying puts twice on Bed Bath & Beyond because I noticed that they had that initial, after that like 3-day massive squeeze where they went from like $5 to $30. I just noticed that last day it just looked like it had lost all of its momentum. So I had bought some puts on the downside, and then 2 days later it came crashing down, and I'm like, yes.
Hell yeah, dude. Ain't that money?
Oh yeah. Well, the second time I was just bored, and I bought like, I can't remember how cheap. I think it was still at like $10 or something. No, it was at $5, and I bought a $1 put, and then I can't remember what the announcement was, but that put wound up going up like 300%. It was phenomenal.
Hell yeah. That's gorgeous, dude.
Totally made up for the rest of my losses in the stock market. But it's like, hey, I got 9 things wrong, but boy, did I get that one thing right twice.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably had like one good win last year, a couple years ago, on Alliance Bernstein Holdings.
So my first day on Wall Street Bets was the day before Ryan Cohen sold out of his position.
Oh shit!
And everyone was talking about BBBY this and BBBY that, and I remember there was one person on the call that said, "What if Cohen sells his entire position?" And this was the day before it came out. And everyone was like, no, it's not going to happen. Like, why would he do all this and this and that and the other? But sure enough, next morning, Wall Street Bets, the 8K that Ryan Cohen sold his entire position. I'm like, holy shit. That was my intro to Wall Street Bets, the carnage, the BBBY carnage.
For sure, dude.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I think I remember how we had like a little like powwow on Reddit talks about what do we do now and all this stuff.
Oh, there were people that had to be talked down. I mean, it's like
What was really funny was the day that they released that paperwork about Cohen exiting his position. That morning, Loose Ventures joked that he had exited his entire position, and someone pointed out that in pre-market that actually cost Bed Bath & Beyond like $135 million in market cap. Because he goes, I'm just kidding. Like, they looked at the chart and timed it perfectly to when Lou said it, and it actually caused a drop in the stock price in making that joke. And then literally market closed that day. The paperwork comes out, and turns out he wasn't joking.
That was funny.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I think I have the wrong number.
This is Wendy's. How may I help you?
Yeah, you should put that thing on speaker. We could have had so much fun with that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was not listening to you guys while I was on the phone, so it doesn't matter. But I gotta go. My mom's waiting for me at the bus station, I think, or she's coming to the bus station pretty soon, so I gotta go pick her up.
Right. TMI.
Take it easy.
Bye.
It's like, is she picking you up from the bus, or are you dropping her off?
Let's do a deep dive on that.
It's like, is this like Greyhound or the school bus? Oh, dang, he's gone. Carson Chelsea's for real, or if that's a D-Gen joke. Oh, gosh. Hey, did anyone hear about apparently the military's AI, like, killing people?
Like RoboCop?
Probably even... Oh, God, what's the one movie where they had the AI fighter jet and it kind of goes rogue? Gosh, it would be that movie.
Someone in the chat probably knows.
Yeah.
You're talking about the movie called Eagle Eye.
Are you sure that's... No, because I think Eagle Eye is it would be similar to that one, but Eagle Eye is the one with Shia LaBeouf. There was one where it was actually... Like, yes, that's the one.
Okay.
What's it called?
So, yeah.
So, thank you, IC888.
Mm-hmm. So that one basically, like, it gets struck by lightning and it fries its thing, and so, like, it basically starts ignoring commands in that, and that's basically what happened with... They luckily, this was a simulation, but basically, they had this AI simulator, and the AI, when it got told, no, you can't do something because the operator would, like, override and not allow it to kill a target, it would kill the operator and then kill the target. And then when they put it in there where it couldn't kill the operator, it would destroy the equipment so that the operator couldn't send it the signal to not do it.
So it was sabotaging itself? Or the
Well, it was basically, yeah, sabotaging, like, the equipment so it could do what it wanted to do.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I was reading
Isn't
an
that
article
exact-
this morning, and the Air Force was trying to walk back on it. It's like, those comments are being taken completely out of proportion. I'm like, I don't know.
The problem is they gave it points for destroying targets. And so like when it would be told not to destroy a target, it was like, no, I'm gonna get those points and you're not gonna tell me what to do, so I'm going to kill you.
You're like a true 13-year-old on Call of Duty. Oh my gosh. That's wonderful. So it sounds like they need to give it points whenever it makes a correct decision.
They just need to change it so that it gets points for following orders.
Well, I think because part of what they're trying to do is see if it can, like, correctly pick out targets and choose when to and when not to engage on its own. So basically, you would have to be able to get it to really be able to discern really well about the ramifications of hitting certain targets. Like, obviously, it would be great if they took out, like, the world's most wanted terrorist, but it's going to lose some points if there's a ton of collateral damage, like they killed him when he was dropping off his kid to school or at a wedding, which unfortunately actually happens a lot.
Yeah, that's because what they'll do is they'll make base camps or hide their weapons inside of schools or hospitals and stuff, and then when it gets blown up, then they claim like, "Oh, this is terrible. Look what they're doing to us," you know. But it's like, well, you know what you were doing. This is all part of. This is like the Instagram warfare. Fucking is crime against nature.
It's still one of the scariest things that he's one of the richest men in the world. Putin.
Joe?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were talking about Putin.
Whatever. He's
There's a lot of scary people out there, and yeah, he's definitely one of them. In fact, he's actually, as far as world leaders go, like the wealthiest.
Well, I don't know. I think the Saudis are wealthier than he is.
Speaking of which, there's a play here. OPEC is having a meeting on the 4th, and I think they're going to use it to start pumping up and scaring the futures market. So, calls on oil.
The ticker is UCO. I'll post it in chat.
There you go, UCO.
Yeah.
That's one of them. That's a good one.
Well, because I heard that apparently there had been talks with Saudi Arabia about keeping fuel prices a bit lower. But, you know, Saudi Arabia is so good about honoring those promises.
Actually, one of these Prince guys, I'll try and find the clip, but in his words, he said that if you're shorting oil, then you're going to be ouching. And I don't want to be ouching, bro.
No, petrochemicals is still very much a strong sector, I think. Let's see. You said they're supposed to be meeting on the 4th of this month?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Same here. I heard it too.
So let's see. Definitely going to look at. So next week we have June 9th. Looking at the options right now for the June 9th expiry. The closest out of the money calls, it looks like it's 105 plus commission on the contract. Let's see, you would probably want to go. See, because right now it's up 2.83% today. So I guess a lot of it would.
Yeah, you know.
A lot of it's going to depend on what you would expect the jump to be, because right now it's at 23.65. So I think you could potentially expect reasonably it to get up to maybe 25.50. And after that, any contract you're buying, you're basically banking on an increase in IV.
I think this whole debt ceiling thing is what's raising the price of oil.
Well, we do tend to be one of the bigger buyers of it.
I gotta get I got to get my bearings right on the macrosphere again.
How's the Strategic
Follow
Oil
up.
Petroleum Reserve? How's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Have they replenished that yet?
I don't know if we have any huge news coming up besides that one.
Apparently, Biden's going to start. Is going to approve some pipeline. I'm like, what? So
yeah, so it was part of the debt ceiling deal. There's a pipeline, I guess. Let me pull up the article because I know Joe Manchin was getting quite upset about the Republicans taking credit for it, but apparently it was mostly put together, and it's just the end stages have been a bit problematic. And so with this bill that's soon to be signed, here we go. Let's see. So Manchin took credit for being the lead voice advocating for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, a 303-mile West Virginia to Virginia pipeline that is 94% complete, but has been slowed by years-long permitting and numerous legal challenges from eco groups at the federal level since early 2022. So that is a pipeline that is going to be approved and finished by the debt ceiling deal being passed.
Anyone know what the status is of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Nope. Yes, maybe.
It's all you. Gotta look it up.
I'm driving right now.
Ask Siri.
We got some guy who wants to start a real estate fund with his high school class of 2018.
sounds like an MLM scheme.
Yeah. He says, I'm in a very affluent part of SoCal, or I went to school in the affluent part of SoCal. But you're the poor one trying to get all your rich friends to join into this then. Okay.
This guy is a cash for gold salesman. Going back to OPEC real quick though, what I'm expecting is I'm not expecting them to announce any kind of cuts or anything like that, but I am expecting them to start pushing more business outside of trading in the dollar.
Yeah,
which will raise. I'm about to. Hold on.
Did you see my link in chat?
Anyways, I think they're going to start a new supply contract outside of the dollar. So between China, Russia, Arab Emirates, possibly Mexico.
Oh, wow.
And that will result in the dollar weakening the price of oil. And from a chart perspective, the price will go up. So we'll see.
Well, it's also going to be interesting because I think the other problem, so current issue that OPEC is running into is Russia's kind of price gouging, or I guess the opposite of price gouging when it comes to their oil, because they have been sanctioned by so many countries and they're so desperate for that money. India, China, and then I've heard that Japan's actually been considering buying Russian oil because Russia is having to sell it at a discount.
Well,
to
you say
entice
having
people
to sell it at a discount, but Russia can make oil really, really cheap. and it allows them to undercut other countries. So it's like it's not exactly
forced. So the sanctions on Russia is preventing them from charging market prices for their oil. They're not price gouging. It's the sanctions, the U.S.
Yeah,
and
like
EU
I said, it's
sanctions.
the opposite of price gouging because price gouging is when you shoot
Yeah.
jack rates up. So
it's undercutting them. Undercutting.
Yeah, there's
It's not-
the
it's not-
word I'm looking for. Undercutting. So yeah, they're very much undercutting it. And so
But no, it's
when
not-
you
it's not
got
Russia.
countries
It's not
like
Russia. It's
Saudi
undercutting.
Arabia and that who they're losing the money that they were getting from selling oil to, China and India. They're like, hey, what gives?
So it's not Russia that's undercutting.
It'll be
They're
interesting
forced
to
sell it.
see how Saudi Arabia tries to exert its influence over the situation. Because even though there's no exactly like leader of OPEC, it's been widely kind of accepted that Saudi Arabia is the de facto leader of OPEC.
Are you done, Latter Day? Because I think the other guy was trying to speak.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
By all means, correct him, please.
It's not so much Russia undercutting anyone. It's the U.S. and EU sanctions that are forcing Russia to sell oil below market value. So it could be why
I
OPEC
guess
is
if
meeting.
you want to, you're welcome to do so.
One
It
at a
looks like
time, please.
Thanks, guys.
I think that's why OPEC is meeting, is to discuss what they can do, because the EU sanctions are having an effect on OPEC being able to set the price of oil. Like the sanctions on Russia is forcing the price to be that low, and I'm sure OPEC doesn't like it.
Yeah, you should also look up. OPEC versus the Fed. These rate hikes and the turning off of the money printer is definitely affecting OPEC in a very interesting way that they're aware of. They are like the dollar's liquidity getting sucked up is affecting OPEC in a good way, and OPEC is not happy about it. But what's the deal with so Russia can't sell it for the price that they want?
No, I mean they're forced. Like they set a limit.
Well, I
the
think,
U.S. and EU.
I think Russia's been kind of trying to undercut it because they're desperate for the money to fund their war machine. So they've been selling their oil quite cheaply to China and India.
That's what I've heard too. I know that they were increasing their price of natural gas to. They were increasing the price so that they could keep European nations like underneath their thumb, and they were using it as a political bargaining chips. They just signed a new deal with China to export a bunch of oil to them in exchange for China's food, as well as their fertilizer. Russian fertilizer. Once again, it comes down to the plan. Plan is Russian border and food security, which is why they need Ukraine. Just like America, or just like China needs chips.
Genome, I think you had a thought you were trying to finish.
I'm good.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Like I mean, my thing was just that the oil price from Russia, they're not in control. They're not able to control what price they sell it at. Right now, that's being controlled by the sanctions by the EU and the US.
When is the BRICS nation going to basically control the price of all this stuff? They got control of the oil right now, don't they?
They're not quite that powerful. I don't think you got the only major oil producing countries in BRICS is Brazil and Russia, isn't it?
Saudi Arabia is in there. That's what the S is for.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
the
and
S is
Saudi
South
Arabia.
Africa.
South Africa? Okay, all right. Well, I thought Saudi Arabia is in there somewhere.
Saudi Arabia and China just had high-level meetings. Like China was helping to negotiate some kind of a peace deal with, like getting Syria back into the League of Arab States.
Uh-oh.
And that has happened. I mean, Syria is back in the Arab League.
Well, okay, so getting back to my whole point though. Pretty good discussion. I think we need to read a little bit more though. But getting back to my discussion is on the 4th, OPEC is meeting. And I don't know if they're gonna announce cuts. I don't think they would. They already had cuts back in April. And they were pretty significant. The price is still dropped. The price is dropping because of demand lowering and fears of recession, I guess. But what I do think is going to happen is going to announce more deals outside of the dollar, and that's going to drive the price up. And he's threatening that if you're short on oil, it's going to hurt. So this is what leads me to believe that he's going to say something that scares at least the futures market, and we start chasing future contract spot prices. Wango Contango, baby.
Legion Leopard had put in a link in the chat about a Forbes article saying that they said another cut was likely, but relatively inconsequential, so it could be interesting.
Sorry, what was that? One more time?
So Leaf and Leopard had put in a link to a Forbes article saying that there was likely going to be another OPEC cut, but it would most likely be inconsequential. I'm guessing regarding the price of oil. I guess it's going to have to really depend on how much the non-OPEC producing countries are able to produce on their own. He's just putting all kinds of goodies in the chat. It's been really interesting to see. I know he and Bitcoin have been putting a lot of the info in for talking about BRICS. Including a chart showing the oil consumption between the G7 and BRICS.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Read the first one. Well, what I'm expecting is him talking about contracts trading outside of the dollar, which will have an effect on the price. All right, Leapin, just give us the ticker and tell us uppies or downies.
For bricks?
If there was a BRICS ETF, I would buy it. I would go long on that.
Apple is the BRICS ETF.
What is it?
Apple,
Apple?
yeah.
Are you making a joke?
No, Tim Cook mentioned it during his earnings report, Apple's latest earnings report, when he was talking, or not, when he was talking about how important India is to their future growth and penetrating the market. No,
Is
seriously.
there someone in the chat that I'm not seeing or hearing?
Between China and India, you're looking at a quarter of the world's population.
It sounded like you were having a conversation with someone, Slut, and I didn't hear the other half of it.
Latter day. Yeah, there's human genome. If you could raise the volume on him so you can hear him or something.
Yeah, I think something you might. Maybe, do you have him muted or something?
You might have him muted. Human Genome is actually talking, and you've been talking over him quite a bit. Now that
I don't know why I had him muted. Sorry about that, Genome.
Now it all makes sense.
Worries.
I knew there was no way you were this rude.
Yeah, we kept like commenting on how like crazy that was. So there we go.
It happens sometimes. Like if you're, I don't know, it just randomly happens sometimes. And the way you can tell is if the microphone has a red slash through it instead of a black slash. But please keep on going, Human.
Yeah. So Tim Cook mentioned during his earnings call how important India is to their future growth plans, because for their iPhones and all their other products, it's an emerging market. And between India and China, you're looking at a quarter of the world's population that is developing a strong middle class, and that is growing. Like both the Chinese and Indian economies are growing, and Tim Cook sees that, as he mentioned specifically, how important India is to their future earnings, and then being able to penetrate into that market. Because right now in India, they don't have a lot of market penetration, because a lot of the Indians use Android phones because they're a lot cheaper. And so, like, if you want a good BRICS play, Apple. I mean, it's right there. If they can penetrate India and the Indian market with the iPhones and their products, they're going to make a shit ton of money.
Can that quarter of the world's population afford Apple phones, though?
Yeah, well, that's what they're working on. I mean, in India and China China has a bigger middle class than the entire population of the United States.
What?
Like, oh yeah, China's middle class is bigger than the entire population of the United States.
Okay.
And India has an emerging middle class, and a lot of companies are doing business. Like Microsoft is doing a lot of business in India.
Ecolabs.
Apple now is
Ecolabs too.
Yeah, Apple is pivoting to do a lot of their manufacturing and stuff, because they don't want to put all their eggs in the Chinese basket. So Apple is expanding into India. So those economies are going to be growing, and as the economies grow, people are going to the iPhones and Apple's products become more affordable for those people.
Okay.
And like, listen, go back and listen to the earnings call from Apple, and he spends a great deal of time discussing, and reporters even asked him about the move away from China into India, and he does a great job explaining what their strategy is. And to me, like, if you want a good BRICS play, it's like Apple is it. Apple and Microsoft.
So do you feel like it's kind of interesting that China and India are in BRICS, but they hate each other's guts. So do you think that the fact that they don't get along too well on an international stage might affect that?
Well, they've been at odds in the past, and there's like in Nepal and on the border, there's like some tension and stuff like that. But it's not the kind of tension that you have like between someone like the U.S. and Russia, or the U.S. and North Korea. Like, it's not on that level of tension. It's more like frenemies type of tension on along the border.
So as that middle class moves, as the middle class starts growing in India, by the way, there's going to be more sanitation and water projects over there, and Ecolabs has already got a foothold over there. Wanted to plug that.
Yeah, it's definitely another good play. I mean, I think Microsoft too, like Microsoft with their the Office suite and the .NET stuff, servers and everything else. Yeah, I mean they're big into India now too. And then if we can find like a company that does the rail across Asia between China and the Middle East and Eastern Europe, like whoever that railroad is and whoever's doing that project, it'd be interesting to be able to get in on that.
What industry does India have that's gonna be bringing them up? I heard there was a sentiment that AI was going to ruin their call center business. So what are they using to make up for that?
Do we know of any widespread adoption of AI for customer service already? Because I know years ago Google had kind of unveiled their Google Assistant, which could definitely kind of be repurposed for that kind of application, but I haven't heard anything of that being used widespread already.
Get ready, because it's coming.
Although I will say I kind of had that experience with American Express where I called them to try to look at getting my credit limit raised on my card, and I never talked to a single person. Like, you knew it was a computer that you were talking to, and it took me, I think, all of 15 minutes for that to happen. I was actually driving while I did it, and I was like, that was quick.
That reminds me, I got to call a DMV, which is my personal hell. I'm looking this up right now.
But I think I realized
Forrester Wave leader is the AI contact center. AI enhanced call centers, 2,000 plus clients. So 2,000 plus clients are already using this stuff.
Well, it said, was that enhanced or assisted? So, because that makes me think like it's probably helping with the calls, but it's not quite taken over yet.
Bro, I think we got a ticker here. Unifor. Hold on. Sorry. Somebody's already put this into an article. Oh my god. Please be publicly traded. No. Unifor is in India. They have $620 million. Global conversational AI technology company that enables businesses to deliver transformational customer service across touch points. Another one is Cresta. They only have 151 million funding.
Sounds like quite the bet to take.
Replicant. No. This guy looks like a fucking weirdo.
But yeah, I think the reason I had Genome muted was it might have been a while back. There was a call where he had a hot mic, and I thought I was muting him for the audience, and apparently I just did it for myself. So my bad, Genome.
So you're trying to control the conversation here?
No worries, man. It happens. Ain't no thing.
should just like mute everyone and just talk over everything.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes people say things that I don't like to hear, so I mute them and then I forgot to unmute. Just kidding.
Who said that? Just kidding.
I'm going down this list of companies and I'm trying to see if they're publicly traded and none of them are popping up. Okay. But there's at least 15 here on the list that are AI companies that are specializing in conversational AI for the purpose of customer service. And the best part about these things is that they're outsourced, right? So these guys can have multiple clients on top of them.
Put that call center in an area where you got cheap real estate and cheap power, and you can use it for anyone, and you don't have that annoying thick accent that you can't understand or anything.
I might have found one. FORR.
That's one heck of a chart. The fact that in China, middle class is $30 a day of income. So let's see. So anywhere from an annual income of 3,650 to 18,250. And if you make more than that, you're considered high class. Oh my goodness.
Does anybody know what a B2B customer obsessed growth engine is, or B2C? Anybody ever heard of that?
Let me see. B2B is business to business, and then B2C I'm guessing is business to customer.
Business to customer. Okay, yeah.
Or business to consumer, yeah.
So there's this company, $567 million market cap, 40 PE ratio, 52-week low is $22, 52-week high is $52. Shit. Okay. Interesting. It's a research group. And apparently it looks like they are helping people create models and plug and play templates for KPIs, which is performance indicators, strategic models templates, and they use ChatGPT as integrating it. Let's see. These guys are like, the chart looks like shit. Yeah. I don't know if this is it. Nope. You guys don't understand how many tickers I go through and how many companies I go through before I present them. You know what I mean? How many I just toss and throw away. Yeah.
Well, you got to go through a lot before you find that diamond in the rough.
Mm-hmm.
But have you guys seen that video going around with the of that Swiss research company that Elon Musk funded that implanted or that was able to get a paralyzed man to walk again?
What? What kind of damage was it? Was he
His spinal cord his spinal cord was busted in an accident. And so I guess the Swiss company was doing some of the research that's involved in Neuralink, which is basically like Wi-Fi for the human body. It allows you to send signals, or Bluetooth for the human body. It allows you to send signals from the brain directly to past the severed part of the spinal cord, or the severed nerves, so that you can activate muscles to do different things. And it's pretty impressive what they've done already. This guy, it took him like a day to train the AI to figure out how to associate specific signals in the brain with different muscles in his legs to get them to move. And now he's able to walk again. He has to use a walker right now because it's still, I guess, the AI learning part of it is still ongoing. But he's gone from not being able to walk at all to being able to walk with a walker, which is, I mean, when I saw it, it sent chills down my spine, literally, no pun intended. But
That's great.
It was impressive, and for people that have those kinds of injuries, it's going to be a freaking life changer. Neuralink, I think, is going to be huge.
Just wait until Elon Musk gets him. He's like, okay, get out in front of the camera. Go walk for the people. Let them see ya. Go and dance, monkey. I'm just kidding. Okay, so how does it work? Does it activate? Does it actually like go from the brain to the leg? Does it reconnect the spine?
It's like a shunt. It goes from the brain to the part of the spinal cord that is not below the broken part of the spinal cord.
Okay.
And it still goes by.
Is it rerouting the signal then from the top of where the signal is, and then reroutes it to the below where it was damaged?
It goes from the part of the brain that is associated with so the part in the brain that it controls that muscle in the leg. So the connection is between that part of the brain and the muscle itself, skipping the spinal cord in between. Like I said, it's like Bluetooth for the body.
Mm. So they made a guy walk. Well, let me tell you what you did wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
The spinal cord is like an Ethernet network, like a Cat5 network that runs down, your back, and it goes to all your limbs and all that kind of stuff. So that's like a physical network. And what they're doing is they're doing like Wi-Fi between the brain and the sensors, the receivers that receive the signal. So you don't have to go through the spinal cord to send the signal. And they I think Neuralink, I saw they have the procedure for this to implant these devices in the brain is so precise that you have to have a robot that does it. Humans lack the precision to be able to do the brain surgery to implant these transmitters.
So the Sweden experiment had nothing to do with Neuralink, right?
Elon Musk funded their research as to handle the I guess, the softer side of the solution. And the guy that they showed on the video, it had wires that were coming out of his head. Right, and then the software is the same, but what Neuralink adds to it is that instead of having wires coming out of the brain, you're transmitting signals wirelessly to the muscles.
Just
So
by
Elon
thought.
Musk, yes,
Which is
yes.
Thousands
So
of
Elon,
monkeys died
amazing.
so that
no,
we could live.
not true. They use pigs.
Okay. As long as
They
they
use
ate
pigs.
them afterwards.
They use pigs for everything.
Yo, Mongoose. What's up, dude? You see that Rotten Tomatoes score on Indiana Jones?
Yeah, I saw that coming. I saw it coming while it was being made. I'm telling you, man. Jeez, well, it's gonna be okay. It's all in the can, man. They can stream it forever and do. It'll stay a Happy Meal.
Let's just take a real quick look at how Disney's doing. $90.70. Up 2.38% today. Oh, good news though. Sorry to change the subject. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Gino. If you want to talk more about that stuff, that's cool. But I've been meaning to bring up. I guess The Little Mermaid is sold out. It's like a record breaker.
It's I mean, it's a story.
Oh, dude, you fell into the blockchain if you were trying to say something.
So someone had said like thousands of animals regarding the Neuralink thing. I thought it was more like 200.
That was probably me, and I was just kidding. I was talking about oceans of dead monkeys just having their brains fry so that a guy could walk again. For science! Give just a fucking toasted monkey, dude, still smoking black, just tossed into the trash, and Musk being like, "Oh, bring me another monkey." What? Bring me another monkey.
I could see him doing that. He's pretty evil.
That's funny as
He
hell.
really bought Twitter.
Yeah, to cover all this up. The whole Neuralink lab just smells of smoking monkey. Just
Yeah, if anyone makes a
He's
tweet,
using Twitter to get the idiots dumb enough to like sell their soul. And then them.
and if anyone talks against him on Twitter, he could just delete the comment.
why does it smell like burnt bananas and like hair? Oh, science is being done here.
And their experiments is just like electrocuting them for no reason.
just fucking making every higher intelligent animal go extinct. Oh, we saved mankind.
Well, then he can also use the AI that trained them to stop tweeting stuff that's, mean against him.
Yeah, he could just make an algorithm that just like pushes it out.
Oh, that's way easier than what I was thinking, where he just zaps them every time they post some negative comment about him.
He's just like, I don't care if I have to kill every single monkey in the entire jungle. I want iTunes directly implanted into my brain so I don't have to hit the play button anymore. It's just too inconvenient. My God, man.
What was the U2 album that always used to come on your preloaded on your iPod?
U2.
Yeah, that'll come preloaded on your Neuralink.
my
That
God.
scared me for a second.
Everyone would just shoot themselves in the head.
And then they call the human population mission accomplished.
Okay, so I just wanted to just
Whenever
Little Mermaid still swimming to 117 million plus, opening boosted by $80 million promo campaign, biggest for Disney live action title. So there you go. Can't wait. I can't wait to go long on Disney. I'm excited. Not ready
thank
yet.
goodness.
I thought those
He-
Is this a new Little Mermaid or a sequel or something?
This is a live action.
Yeah, live
remake
action.
of the original Little Mermaid. I don't think it is entirely true to the first cartoon. I think some liberties were taken to keep it fresh. But
They didn't use real mermaids in it?
They all got wiped out in the name of Neuralink.
You know, whenever I think about Elon or Bezos, I like to go back to the videos of Elon getting his first McLaren and Jeff Bezos and his. I mean, look at these guys back then, little soft kind of guys. Look what money does, man. It makes you into a super.
Oops, we lost you.
Keeps getting sucked into the Matrix.
Have you guys seen the old videos of?
If Mongoose,
Of what?
you're mixed up now. If Musk could get his hands on dolphin brains and get away with it without people being like, "Oh my God, dolphins are so cute," he would. He would. The only reason why he can get away with pigs and monkeys is because they're both assholes and
Yeah, he
gross
hates
birds.
those humane laws. They're just getting in the way.
He wants that sweet succulent dolphin brain.
There's one thing that's keeping him from being able to get his hands on dolphin brains, and it's the Marine Mammal Protection Act.
There it is.
That's why he's endorsing all these Republicans for president, so he can finally get it overturned.
Look, everybody, I made a cyborg dolphin, and everybody's gonna be like, why? Why?
He's like, we're going to demonstrate it right now how well it swims as it sinks.
As if oh yeah, you're not supposed to get it wet. No, but that's awesome that he made someone walk again. Really, that's great. That's incredible. It's fantastic. As a matter of fact, one of the old adages or whatever, the old criticisms of science was we can put a man on the moon, but we can't make Superman fly or Superman walk, which was a reference to Christopher Reeves, rest in peace.
Right.
It's about fucking time that we do this. I'm just saying.
So how long, the hidden features in a Tesla, like fart mode and shit, how long till they rickroll everyone that has Neuralink when it's mass adopted? Just en masse.
They're standing in line at the supermarket all of a sudden.
It's like one of those, what are the Amber Alerts when you get them on your phone? Everyone all at once just gets rickrolled.
That'd be hilarious.
back to the Indiana Jones thing for a second. It's really sad that it's his last movie that he says he's ever going to make, and it's a bomb like this. Too bad for Harrison.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
it came out already?
They showed it at Cannes, didn't they? They had a
The
preview.
reviews and the cans, yeah, and then
Is it like how they botched Rise of Skywalker?
They showed it at Cannes a month before actual release, and they also lifted the review embargo. And how could they not know that that's a bad idea?
Yeah, that's just going to hit into your bottom line directly if people are dissuaded from even going to see it.
What was the last? They did this. What was the last movie they did this with?
Remember, Buzz the Lightyear movie was like definitely a miss too.
Was it? I don't know. I actually never saw it.
Well, they basically took a character from a very unserious movie and tried to turn it into like a serious like science fiction thing, but I don't think people wanted that.
There was a lot of controversy surrounding it. A lot of people on the conservative side were upset about the gay kiss in there. I was more upset that they snubbed Tim Allen and replaced him with Chris Evans. Like, he's not a bad actor, but he's not Tim Allen. You can't mess with Buzz like that.
It doesn't sound like him at all.
Looks like it was the 4th highest grossing animated film of 2022 in the United States and the 5th worldwide.
I guess from what I heard, it was just like the reputation of it more so than the sales, but
Probably. It grossed $51 million, which is not very much. That's not very much at all, actually. Okay. I don't know.
Not when most Pixar films cost 300, 400 million, 500 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like. Damn, dude.
Guys,
Okay,
movies-
it grossed $226 million worldwide, which isn't great when you consider the film's $200 million price tag. $26 million net. Dude. And now they got Indiana Jones, which is so fucking overdue, so fucking over budget, not going to recoup any of those losses. I hear it's just a sad thing to watch. We will see, dude.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I wasn't too impressed with the last Indiana Jones film when they did Crystal Skull. It just seemed like really weird to try to combine aliens and Nazis.
I did like the kind of like aesthetic of it, but
They weren't
was
Nazis.
bizarre.
They were Russian commies.
Who was the boy actor in that?
Shia LaBeouf.
If they made that movie now, if
kept
they made
calling-
Crystal Skull now, the commies would probably be the good guys. Fuck, I got another meeting.
But yeah, I
All he
didn't
kept
hate the
doing was
Crystal
calling
Skull
his hair.
one. What was that?
I didn't like it. He kept combing his hair. The big thing was his hair. Oh, my hair. I mean, it was. I didn't like Crystal Skull that much.
No, but I agree with you. It was no classic indie, but I don't like if there's like a marathon of those movies on, like I'll watch it. But if this new one, like I feel like Harrison Ford probably wanted to end his career on a high note, and that's probably why he never really wanted to do sequels. He wanted to kill off Han Solo for good, and then they just like drag him back in, and I feel like it's not necessary. So this is what happens when the studio just gets what they want.
With
The,
enough money in
trying
my
to be very
face, I'll do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
They got very creative accounts and all that matters is so it's going to be used forever. So it's all about sometimes. So if it does well, then after a while, it doesn't matter. It's that it's there. It's done, put out for everyone else to wait for and see.
So I couldn't help but laugh because you sound like a underwater robot.
I do.
He's that robot dolphin that Tesla's developing.
I sound like underwater, yes?
Yeah, your connection was.
I can't.
Like a robot that keeps like coming out of the
Oh.
water, saying one word and then drowning.
You just did that. I'll fix it, I think. Let's see. Sorry, guys.
I mean, it just seems like a lot of these movies that have had long franchises, they're like, all right, we're going to end this, and then they end it in a horrible way. So I don't know if anyone saw the last Bond film. I liked it right up until the ending. I'm like, yeah, they ruined the whole movie for me in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I just can't watch some of those, like, they're like blockbusters and everyone goes to see them, but it lowers my IQ, I feel like.
Oh, I think the last Fast and Furious movie I watched was the one that Paul Walker died while they were filming. And that one, I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. I guess they ended the movie and like, oh, and here's the next one. I'm like, seriously?
And he's still in it?
Well, I don't think he's in it.
Oh.
But like, I mean, they could have. I mean, they just had to do the same trick that they. And I swear, they were teasing the audience the whole time. Like, wait, are they going to kill him off? They're going to kill him off? Nope. Okay. But yeah, they're at now Fast 10.
Oh, I thought there was more than that. I thought it was like 14.
Oh, gosh. They're going to keep going, I swear.
So another sequel that came out like 30 years later, I didn't hate the Bill and Ted one. I don't know if you guys saw that.
That was amazing. What are you talking about?
I enjoyed that one.
No, that's what I'm saying is like, I think that's a prime example of how you can do it. It was like kind of a breath of fresh air because we were in the throes of the pandemic, and I remember like putting it on and thinking like with low expectations, just because it's like, I mean, I loved the first two movies, and then when that one landed, I was like, they've been trying to work on that one forever. And usually when something's in development hell, it just doesn't work out, and then I was pleasantly surprised.
Well, Keanu doesn't do it for the money, and he wanted to do it, so you knew it was going to be at least a decent film.
Right.
Anyway, I worked on the Fast and Furious in Hollywood, Florida. I think 2003 Fast and Furious movie. Little did I know it would be 15 later. Yeah, well, it was Hollywood, Florida. They shot Miami, Hollywood, Florida. Yeah. In the beginning of time, 2003, when I just got 2003.
You said you're a Teamster?
No, I'm IATSE Teamster, the Brotherhood. Yeah, I'm IATSE, which is same thing. You guys should check back in the labor. Go ahead. What? Sorry. Am I clear?
I didn't want to offend you, but you just sound like a Teamster. It's just like just oozes out of you.
Oh, because of my accent.
You're definitely.
Yeah.
We can hear you a lot better now. Yeah.
I can talk like this, and then you won't think I'm a Teamster anymore.
Oh, but go ahead. You were talking about Fast and the Furious, I believe.
Say it again.
I think I cut you off by accident. I don't know if you had more to add to that.
Hey, my retentive memory is so bad that my retentive is my wait, what was I just saying?
You were
Good
working on the set of Fast X?
2003. So that's
Yeah.
Fast 2, I think. Yeah, 2003. Hollywood, Florida, Miami. Yeah.
I hear a really bad joke about the new Fast and Furious movies that they were naming in honor of Paul Walker. It was going to be Fast 10, your seatbelts.
I love a good pun.
Is gonna Thanks for all the great information today, everyone. Take care.
Have a nice afternoon, Mongoose.
You too. Have a great one.
See you later.
Al Pacino's having another kid.
Yeah, he's like 80 something.
Wow.
Pac West is up 15% today. Damn. Inching closer to my break even.
Yeah, I saw Western Alliance was moving too today. I think they're up 8%. So
Tesla go 4% today. Oof.
JP Morgan president says loan demand declining. United States economic slowdown ways. Well, it's about time. What I have to say about that. Latter day, you think Walmart's going to be benefiting from the Target boycott?
It's possible. I mean, unless we get boycotted ourselves. So I have a coworker or former coworker. They now work at a different store, but they're very much active within the LGBTQ plus community, and they were dressed up like an LGBTQ superhero yesterday. And apparently, a customer was very upset and said they were going to call corporate about it. So just got to see how outraged people get about that before we get our own boycott.
It's weird how I'm reading all of these. I'm reading quite a few articles, not all of them, but quite a few. And oh, there it is. Finally, they're talking about tuck-friendly swimwear, which is kind of weird. But they don't mention satanic designing children's gay clothes, which is weird to me why they would keep that out of the article, because that's what the main problem is, you know. Shares are up about 4% year to date, whereas Target's 12% drop. Huh.
Yeah, looking at Walmart, I'm kind of surprised how kind of resilient their stock has been. Usually it's not doing nearly this good this point of the year. It's usually around the 140, the high 130 range. You'll notice usually I think around September,
October-ish is usually when it reaches its low, and then it picks up during the holidays. So the fact that it's still doing this well, it looks like this is going to be a long-term upswing for the Walmart stock.
Yeah. We were doing some math yesterday on this stuff, and what they had reported was a $27 billion loss target. $27 billion loss since May 17th. Their market cap is $60 billion. So within another 3 months, they're going to lose over their entire market cap in revenue. In only 3 months. That's pretty nuts.
Ouch.
Yep. Big ouch. I have puts on them. It's house money. We'll see what.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Not too bad. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday to you guys as well. Thank God. It seemed like a hell of a long week. So looking to get opinions on gold. Been doing some due diligence and going through AU and DRD and all the various gold stocks and ETFs. Any thoughts? I'm pretty new to precious minerals. I don't really have any in my portfolio at the moment, just considering it.
Apparently, aluminum is up.
What's the basis for that?
I was just looking on FinViz.
Maybe people are getting tinfoil for their tinfoil hats.
Exactly.
That's actually the most likely thing, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'm looking at DRD, and it's almost like too good to be true. They're up 60% in the last 6 months. They're a South African mining company, if I'm understanding correctly here.
I wish Rad the Reptile was here because I think he's big on mining companies. Let me see if I can tag him.
He's mostly big on specifically uranium, but he might know something about these other companies as well.
I heard something about uranium today. Can't remember.
And Genome usually knows a little bit about everything. I don't know if he's into gold though.
I'm sorry, I'm not into gold. I haven't been in gold since like late 90s.
Oh well.
Any particular reason? It was just it was a suggestion that was literally
Like as an inflation hedge?
Yeah, basically. As I was looking at bonds, the topic came up about inflation, and then that led
Right.
to gold being suggested.
So normally,
Gold is,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, gold is not really a good inflation hedge. Gold is a good hedge against unexpected global events like wars and pandemics and that kind of stuff. The price of gold tends to spike up. But I bought gold in the early 90s when it was like 235, so around $200, $250 an ounce. And then after it shot up when we went to war with Iraq, and then it kind of hovered around 1600, and that was after the Iraq and Afghan wars is when I got out of it. And then once Bitcoin came out, I never went back into gold again. But it's not a good inflation hedge, if that's what you're looking at.
Okay. Would you say that Bitcoin actually might be a better inflation hedge?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but understand that depending on how severe or how bad the inflation is, I mean, at some point, people are going to have to liquidate whatever holdings they have, whether it's gold or Bitcoin, to put food on the table. So it sort of depends on how long it is. But for Bitcoin, I think I'm acquiring it more as a longer term asset in lieu of gold, because first of all, it's easier to manage and maintain. If you have your a cold wallet with your own keys, then you are truly in control of it.
I was going to say, not your wallet, not your keys. That's my philosophy on anything crypto.
Correct, absolutely. And I don't do any other crypto. I only do Bitcoin. I buy and hold Bitcoin, and I trade Litecoin. And those are the only two that I get involved in. All the other ones, I'm not, like Ethereum and the other ones, I don't really get involved in those.
Yeah, the future of Ethereum seems unclear to me with the fork. I'm not a big techie, so I don't quite understand it. But like,
But if you're looking for like inflation stuff, I think Luce suggested a while ago TLT is the ticker, which is the Treasury ETF, and it's better than buying Treasuries because it doesn't lock up your investment for any period of time. You can get into it and out of it at will. And there's a couple of other Treasury related tickers or ETFs that you might want to get into as an inflation hedge.
I just have a counterpoint to that though. So TLT is like a long-term bond fund, and one of the reasons TLT is always a good hedge for your portfolio is because it's uncorrelated with stocks, except when there's crashes. There's usually like a flight to safety into long-term bonds, and you could see that happening in all the previous like 2000, 2008, 2020. There's a reverse correlation between stocks and bonds, where bonds rose tremendously, but because interest rates have been rising, stocks and bonds have been dipping in tandem. So TLT has been not a great hedge during this whole situation.
Well, once the short and long-term yield curves revert back to normal, because right now they're still inverted, I believe. But once they revert back to normal, I think it's going to make a lot more sense. That's why it's uncorrelated right now, because the short-term interest rates are just, and hell, you can get I got a 5.19% interest rate on a 3-month CD, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think so. That's probably your best bet for now, because until like interest rates, either pause or they stop hiking them, I don't think it's going to be a good time to get into long-term bonds. But when I was looking at like I said before, like when was that, 2022, when they first announced the rate hikes and started doing them, I wanted to get into TMV because that's a triple leverage bear on long-term bonds, and it would have been very lucrative if I jumped into that, but I didn't know the timing of it. But I think, and I had this conversation with Hardy too, it's like, we kind of missed the point where you could short long-term bonds, but now we're at I don't know if it's the bottom, but I would still do something that's more of a guaranteed return, like CDs and either short-term treasuries.
So a couple that I was looking at earlier was just the Vanguard Total Bond, BND, and then BIL. So are you saying that it might not be the best time to have
BND is a total bond index fund, so it's got like just a mix of everything. I think you should focus solely on short term. And there's also a ticker called USFR, which is a floating rate treasury. T-Flow is another one, and it's been doing it better than just like 0 to 3 month bond ETFs, because it's a floating rate instead of a fixed rate. And there's another one, I think it's backed by the government, an ETF called T-Bill, TBIL.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. Yep.
Yeah, that one has, last I checked, it had around like a 5% yield on it. So if you lock up cash into that, and you could take it out whenever you need to rebalance or whatever. But
that was another thing I was looking at was I guess through my employer I have access to a fund called the Vanguard Money Market Fund, VMMF. I think
yeah,
that's
that's basically like where money just sits until you invest it, but it is yielding better than saving accounts right now.
Okay.
Hey, Human, I was wondering what you thought about Bitcoin as far as, I posted a meme in the chat. I was wondering if you thought money was outflowing from Bitcoin because of all the AI rage, and if they left Bitcoin in the dust. I was just kind of wondering what you thought, if the technology is even useful or scalable anymore.
Bitcoin? Blockchain?
Yeah. Blockchain, period, I guess. Yeah, just the hype of it.
It's two different things. I mean, AI is a technology that's meant, for helping make better decisions and do things that, you can't really do with searches or, stuff like that. But blockchain
Of
Blockchain.
course, but I'm just wondering if you thought that like interest has been lost in the cash inflow to blockchain technology and the progression of it is dying because of the interest in AI now. Sorry, it was confusing.
Yeah, I don't think so, because I mean, to me, it's like it's a couple of different things. Like the companies that are getting into AI, it's not something that individuals can do, whereas crypto is something that individuals can get involved in. Whether it's like there's still some people that are mining altcoins, like Raven and Monero, and then there are people that are still trading Bitcoin and the other cryptos. And it's not as easy for individuals to just start up an AI venture as it is to engaging in blockchain. And the companies that are getting involved in AI, I think they're doing that in addition to anything that they might be doing with blockchain, not replacing one with the other. And certainly there's a lot of money flowing into AI right now, but I think like Bitcoin, at least I think, is going to be fine in the long run.
You still think it has utility? That's fair.
Oh, definitely.
And a limited supply. I mean, it's only going to go down. The supply.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, major utility, because you still need, you know, like for me, I don't keep a lot of money in my bank, at the bank, and I try to keep most of my like liquidity in Bitcoin and Litecoin, because I know I have the keys for it and it's not going to get shut down. So I mean, it definitely has utility. The thing with Bitcoin has been, like, the biggest thing with Bitcoin is that from a financial standpoint, up until now, everything has been based on trust, right? You have a central bank that you trust. You have the local bank branch that you're supposed to trust that they're doing the right thing. And what Bitcoin introduces to that whole scenario is, or to the whole financial ecosystem, is it replaces trust with transparency, right? I can verify myself that you have Bitcoin to pay for the product that I want to sell you, or vice versa. Because I can just look on the blockchain and it's there, and I can access it and see it, and that transparency trumps trust. So like the value of Bitcoin is only, I don't even think they've even touched on identifying what the true value of Bitcoin is yet. Yeah, you got a lot of people that are trading it and trying to make a fast buck on it, but that's not the big value proposition of Bitcoin.
I think there's a lot of room for growth with the digital identity sector, because with Web3, I mean, there's so much about blockchain, like independent of Bitcoin, like you were saying. So one use that I see for blockchain is I have some friends that host nodes, like decentralized nodes that run various software, research, all sorts of things. There's so many applications for blockchain, and everybody just shits on it all day. And it's like, okay, but do some due diligence. Come at me with the reasons that these things aren't going to work. But unfortunately, the negative sentiment, it's just been there since the crash. I mean, literally like 90% of people that used to be bullish on it don't even recognize the technology now.
Exactly. And you're absolutely right. There's like still a lot of functionality that can be extracted out of it. And AI is only going to make that. I think AI is going to improve that on that rather than replace it.
I
the other
think
big
somebody.
thing is,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry, yeah. The other big thing is, like right now, what's going on is you have everyone is capitalizing on your data except for you. Like everyone is benefiting from the data that you're generating, especially medical data, except for you. And the argument to that has always been, well, yeah, you know, you're giving Google all of your data, you're giving Apple all your data, you're giving whoever all your data, but in exchange for that, you get these awesome free services like Gmail and Facebook and Twitter, and so you're getting those for free. Well, now that these companies are going to a pay model, like where you have a monthly subscription fee, suddenly that argument of, well, you're giving your data away, but you're getting a valuable service for free, no longer applies, right? And what has yet to happen, and it can be done with blockchain very easily, is you begin to be able to collect royalties on the data that you create, right? And if somebody wants to, for example, see your medical history and use it for research, I could easily see a company set up where you create like a clearinghouse for healthcare data, where instead of your medical data just sitting in some database at the insurance company not doing anything, you can sell your healthcare data for research purposes and generate revenue off of your data yourself. And you can facilitate that with blockchain technology and crypto. And it would be huge, right? I mean, it'd be tremendous.
Oh yeah. I've thought about, I work in the commercial automobile insurance sector, and I thought about how great it would be to have a service like Assurance, not insurance, but Assurance, where everybody pools in, because they have blockchain insurance for certain cryptos that you can pay into a pool, and then what you don't use, you get back. Why are we not applying that to other types of insurance? Like I explained this to my financial advisor, and he goes, but who's going to make money? And I was like, that's not the point. Like, there is no centralization, so you don't have a bank making money. Whatever premiums are left over gets divvied up to the people that put into it.
Right. And it's like a new business model. And that's the part that people also don't look at with Bitcoin in particular, is that, so Bitcoin is like a new type of organizational structure that doesn't have a head, right? Like companies have CEOs, they have CIOs, they have data centers, they have all these assets. Bitcoin, as far as organizational structure is, it has none of that. And its existence is made up surely by the will of the participants in the network. And the benefits flow right directly back to the participants in the network. You're not paying a CEO salary, you're not paying high rent for fancy office space, and the benefits of Bitcoin flow right back to the participants in the Bitcoin network and the people that own it. And you can sort of copy that and put other organizations like that in place that are based on blockchain that begin to capitalize on individual data. And I mean, data is the new oil. In the digital world, data is the oil.
Oh, even with AI now, I've said this, data is literally diamonds. Like, if you could get a company's proprietary data, not that I have any desire to do that with where I'm at now, I'm not trying to go to jail, but if you were somebody maybe that was a little malicious, and you turned on your phone recorder and you had a large language model run days and days and days and days and days and days of data through it, from just hearing what your conversations are about, like, that data will be literal diamonds. Like, I mean, it's insane. There's going to be big cases about this in the future. I guarantee it.
I think so too. I agree with you 100%. And having, like you said, having that large language model that can make sense of the volumes of data that you're dealing with is almost necessary. There's really no other way you can do it. Like, plow through all that data makes sense.
It's crazy, though, how backwards it is. Like, I'm at a Fortune 500 company that makes billions of dollars every quarter, and we're using GPT-2, and it's limited to like 20 people within an organization of 100,000. Like, it's just crazy. So far behind. But I get it. I get the proprietary nature of it. But we could, it's not hard to organize a large language model, even if it's not, a trillion parameters. Maybe it's just CPU based. You could do it and make that a custom model. And it's just crazy that I'm sure some consultant is getting paid $10,000 an hour to tell us what to do. And it's not that difficult.
Precisely. I do have to step away for a few minutes, but I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. So I found I don't know if anybody cares, but I found an index fund that's based on cloud computing companies, and the performance is like absolutely insane.
What's the ticker?
Pulling it up right now. I've been looking at so many today.
Same.
So OGIG is the one I think I'm looking at here. That's Oscar Golf, India Golf.
Alps shares.
Make sure this is the one I was thinking about. Yeah, I think this was it.
Global Internet Giants ETF.
I think that's it. Go through I found a couple tech-related ETFs that looked very nice this morning.
Looks good, just low trading volume.
Yeah, room to grow for sure.
Definitely.
So I'm trying to like plan long haul. I see everybody making money short, and like I don't option trade yet. I applied with Fidelity this week, so I'm hoping I get an email over the weekend or next week that says I'm good. But I do like.
Oh, you're supposed to lie in that application.
Is that interesting? Is that how everybody gets approved?
That's how I think that's how I got approved. I can't remember.
I mean, as far as Fidelity is concerned, I make $40,000 a year.
I told them that I have 10 years of options trading experience instead of 2.
There you go.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. That's the thing. It's like, oh, you don't have any experience trading options. Like, I've researched it, but you don't have any experience. But I know how it works.
Did you guys see that Kohl's is up 12%?
That's so interesting because everybody was so heated about their Pride stuff like earlier
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're
Wonder
bouncing
what
back.
changed. I don't think that sentiment stuff affects stocks like with the Lulu situation. I don't think it affects it nearly as much as people think that it does. Just a little bad press nowadays. Everybody gets bad press every now and then. Not that I think that's bad. I don't think anybody should be in uproar about a t-shirt with a rainbow on it. Like, if that's your hill that you're willing to die on, you're a fool.
I feel like it also goes into a deeper issue, like how corporations are kind of banking off of these like social issues.
Oh, absolutely.
From my understanding, the main issue is apparently some of the Pride merch that Target had was sexually suggestive towards children.
Oh.
Or at least it was like the merchandise for the children was somewhat sexually suggestive, and they're like, that's not appropriate.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. I talked about it earlier. So one of the people I used to work with, she now works at a different Walmart. She walked in like she was a freaking Pride Month superhero, and I mean, she had the flag, like a cape and everything. And apparently, a customer was very upset and said that they were going to call corporate over it. And so, it's just one of those things. The way I see it is, you don't have to like it. You just got to be respectful about it.
Yeah, no, I think, and the point was brought up, I think it's a bigger issue is how much influence should huge corporations have with social issues. Like, I don't know. It's a risk that they take when they do that, regardless of what you believe. The company's risking something to put themselves out there like that. I don't know. It's I don't own a company, so I'm not sure what I would do.
Well, it's really interesting because you kind of saw this happen early in the way back in the day, where like the whole companies were supposed to help like the community and this and that, and then some economist was going on all these late night shows and he says there should be one purpose for a company, and it's to make the shareholders money. So then like you saw a lot less like corporate engagement in that with communities, and a lot less corporate philanthropy. And now we're seeing these companies like, you should take a stance against this. Like, are you okay with people that work at your company or shop at your store or whatever, like saying these issues or using your product for X, Y, and Z? Like, I remember when they had that church shooting in South Carolina several years ago. They're like, Amazon, you sell Confederate flags. Are you okay with that? This is a symbol of hate, blah blah blah. Like, how could you allow this? And so you've seen this transition back into basically having some comment on a social issue, and then we're seeing it kind of go a step further, where you're seeing them like, this is our position on the stance. This is an agenda that we want to promote. Bitcoin has the that's not even Pride merch. My goodness. So Bitcoin posted a picture and it says, this is the Target merch that everyone's up in arms about. And it's definitely a kid's shirt. It's this future Hooters girl, and make him drool early.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that is kind of messed up.
I don't even get it. Like, I'm not.
Well, so this is clearly marketed towards like young infant or toddler girls.
What? How does this shit get approved at a multi-billion-dollar company?
Yeah, not to mention, why would Hooters approve a license for that? My God.
But I'll be honest with you. Like, yeah, that's in poor taste. That's a judgment lapse on multiple QA and directors and all people that should be looking at shit that just don't. That just blatantly replied emails all day with the same thing. But I'm still gonna shop. I'm still gonna, when I need groceries, the Target that's 2 miles, 3 miles down the road, I'm still gonna tell them to, hey, this is what I need, come drop it off. Like, it's not gonna, unless they did something that was so egregious that my conscience couldn't sit well given that action. Like, I'm not gonna stop shopping at a place. I don't care if it's Lululemon and the people getting fired for trying to stop people from shoplifting. Look, I don't fucking care. I need what I need when I need it. And if your business can provide that and it's not like clearly negatively impacting society, like, okay, I'm gonna support. I'm gonna still shop at Walmart. Like, shoot me,
Same. I think this is just a mistake from like one purchasing agent or something like that.
Yeah,
I have a pickup order waiting at Target, but you know how outrage culture is. So yeah.
Everybody's got their panties in a bunch.
It's just wonderful. But it seems to me that, I haven't looked to see how well they're recovered, but I remember when Target had the whole bathroom issue, and that caused a huge uproar. It just seems to me that, like, regardless of their business model and that, you got to hedge with Target the risk that if you're a shareholder, that they might do something that's going to piss off half the country.
Yeah, but what's interesting is, like, look at this. When Elon did his Soros tweet, which, look, I'm not even going to get into that. I don't care. Whatever you believe, okay? Like, I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But what's interesting is that Tesla soared up the next day. Like, it didn't even touch the stock. So I don't know how much people really care about principle. Like, Elon can be pretty unlikable, but he's making people money. And he's making products that people like. So, and missions, various things that society as a whole is like, okay, cool. But he often comes off as an asshole, but I still want a Tesla at the end of the day. Like, I would still love to have one.
Well, it's really interesting to see because you know there's a slight difference where you have Elon, you know, making public comments as a private citizen versus Target. Basically, they're saying they're making these comments as a corporation, like this is our business, this is what we believe in,
right?
X, Y, and Z. And this is Elon Musk saying, you know, I have these businesses to make money, and then also here's my personal opinion on subject A, B, or C.
Yep.
So I think that might be part of the reason. Although we did see when he first acquired Twitter, like everything he said, it just sent Tesla's just nosediving. Like when he was basically alluding that he was going to turn his monitor screen into a Jason Pollock painting.
Jesus. I guess he's like at the point where like clearly money just doesn't do anything to him. Like he just is gonna do whatever the fuck he wants to do all the time. Luckily, he's pretty much just a worker. That seems to be most of what he does. It's interesting, though. He won't support either presidential candidate. He won't touch it.
Well, it's interesting because I guess he did like an interview with Ron DeSantis on Twitter Spaces, trying to promote A, Twitter Spaces, and B, I guess Ron DeSantis' campaign. But apparently that had some issues, and then I swear, we get worse and worse with every election.
Well, honestly, what I'm worried about is somebody that really just does nothing but look at AI outside of my day job. Like, I am worried, pretty honestly worried about the election. Like, it's going to be difficult to discern what's true and what's not true. There's going to be fake videos, there's going to be fake pictures, fake audio. It's going to be a shit show.
Well, there was a discussion because the Republican National Committee had released an ad, and they had actually made the whole ad with AI, using like all these photos and doomsday scenarios. And I'm curious to know what if there would have been the same discussion, because I feel like it might have been said by some other person on the Republican side if it had been the Democrats doing it the other way around. But there was a Democratic congresswoman who said we should make a rule with the Federal Election Commission that any ad made with AI should have to state that it was made with AI and X, Y, and Z, which could potentially be a decent like rule to make, but I mean, we've been seeing kind of photos like this and that and in campaign ads for a while just with Photoshop. So I mean, when does it cross the line that it needs to be stated?
So I'll give you a perfect example. So there was a guy, he just got sent to jail for, I want to say 3 or 4 years. What he did in the 2020 election was a pretty ingenious move. He was just a fucking idiot to do it and dox himself and use his real number. But he got a cell phone line, used it as a fake, he somehow used it, like got an SMS verification system. So he would tell people, hey, message this short code and indicate your name and who you want to vote for. This is in New York City. A lot of people there. Indicate who you want to vote for, and you can avoid having to go down in public and actually vote. And so people thought that they were voting by texting this number. Stupid people. But nevertheless, they still implied that you would be able to vote from your phone to his short message service. And they nailed him in federal court. This was like 2 months ago they sentenced him. They were like, yeah, dude, no, this is election fraud. They put him in jail for like federal jail for like 4 years, prison.
is this guy an actual candidate, or is he just someone trying to mess with the election?
I got the impression he was just a troll. I got the impression
Yeah.
he had no idea what he got himself into. But
Yeah.
it doesn't absolve you of the consequences of.
No, it doesn't. And yeah, that's definitely something that.
That may be precedent.
Yeah.
We'll see. See how much they give a shit.
Well, I mean, but I feel like where's going to be the line when it comes to like, oh, here's a campaign ad that was made at AI that shows Biden scratching his butt and sniffing it, or someone doing AI text saying, hey, you can use this to vote.
Or better yet, what about when you have the day before the election, Joe Biden comes out on a video and says, hey, I just want to let everybody know if China invades Taiwan, the US is going to intervene and we're going to start World War III. Like some shit like that. It'll happen right at the last minute and nobody will know if it's true or not, and it will change things. Like that's my kind of worst fear outcome as somebody that's watched a lot of elections.
What a Freudian slip. Taiwan.
Taiwan. That's the new name.
Yeah, seriously. Chirac. Yeah, exactly.
Taiwan like Iraq. Oh gosh. Ryler just put in an AI generated image of Trump hugging Biden conjoined twin.
Hold on, I gotta look at this.
How real does that look, though?
I mean, it definitely, like, the second head just looked really weird. Oh my gosh.
I mean, like, yeah, they should probably put. I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone, no one's gonna believe something like that, but they should probably put a disclaimer if they're gonna do stuff like that.
I don't even think that's a fake picture.
Oh, the Pelosi one? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Just got some
Yikes.
huge boobs.
Not sagging low enough.
I actually got a couple pics from her stock portfolio. I got into crowd because of her. And Alliance Berenstein too. Follow the money.
I just think Bezos could have done so much better than Lauren Sanchez with all the money he's got. I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about her.
She must have something on him.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody been following the Bill Gates stuff?
I have not.
Oh my god. Dude, this just shows this is how blackmail rings work. So, and his publicist came out and confirmed this the other day too. So it turns out he was having an affair with a Russian bridge player. That's pretty much public news. The interesting thing is what happened was Epstein had paid for this chick's college without him knowing, and then like 6 years later sent him the bill for the chick's tuition. Like, in other words, like, hey, I know everything you did and I'm going to tell your wife unless you do what I want.
Oh yeah, unbelievable.
Just, you can't make this shit up, man.
Mm. I can't believe, like you said, can't make this shit up. One of the best news stories that I heard recently was all the gold that got stolen at the Montreal airport. I don't know if that was just the rant. Speaking of gold, did you hear about that? It seemed it's just something out of a movie.
I heard I don't really recall what the entire story was about. You have to refresh me.
I'm gonna post a link. It was it was Toronto, my bad. Pretty rad story. I mean, if you're into heists and stuff like that.
Whoa. Yeah, he did. He wanted. He absolutely wanted investors, and Epstein was allegedly quite the philanthropist. I think that was all bullshit, but he was like the most pseudo-intellectual person ever.
Yeah, apparently they released a lot of the records surrounding the investigation of his death from the prison.
Yeah, probably because who was it that went up against Barr? Tucker Carlson called out Bill Barr. Now, don't forget, Bill Barr's dad is the one that hired Epstein at the Dalton School. So Barr and Epstein had a relationship without a shadow of a doubt. And then recently, Tucker Carlson came, and I don't like Tucker at all, but nevertheless, he came out on one of his shows right before he got fired and said, like, hey, Bill Barr covered up Epstein's death. Like, this is without a doubt. And since then, there has been some interesting musings in the media. It makes you wonder who influences what. Put my tinfoil hat on. It's the world of smoke and mirrors. Oh, is Music LM out?
Yeah, I used it the other day. It was pretty cool. Had a little bit of fun with it.
That's so cool. Jesus, it's so dark. Alright, so
That movie Limitless was pretty good. I enjoyed the concept of that. So.
It exaggerates the effects pretty heavily. Like obviously.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But it works. My doctor prescribes it to me because I have chronic obstructive sleep apnea, so it helps me stay awake, and it absolutely gives you an edge without a shadow of a doubt.
I have sleep apnea too.
Oh man, it's changed my life because like I used to yawn all day, literally, and now I'm like actually awake.
Did you have ADHD before or anything? Does it help you focus?
It absolutely helps you focus. It's not like taking Adderall or something. It's more like when I take it, you just are able to complete tasks it more efficiently. Like it's almost like your brain can chunk stuff better.
Yeah, you sound really focused and succinct. I've tried Adderall before, but I mean, just any of that stuff is just it's speed. Yeah, it makes me feel terrible. So yeah, interesting. And is this covered by your insurance or is this expensive?
Yeah, they had to do a pre-authorization because it's like $1,200 for a month without insurance.
It is expensive.
Yeah,
okay.
But
Gotcha.
yeah, once they pre-authed it, that hasn't been an issue since.
Interesting. Well, thanks for sending me this.
Yeah, for sure. Have a friend in the military, and he says that's all they can use now, that they can't use stimulants anymore, allegedly, and so they use this now. They use Provigil.
Is that the actual marketed name for it? Provigil, not Modafinil. Gotcha.
Definitely, yep. And then there's another one called New Vigil, which is armodafinil, which is when it's synthesized and broken down by the body, about half of modafinil breaks down into armodafinil. So it's just a different version of it. So there's two different medications. I'm not smart enough to know the difference between like the mechanisms or anything, but
I can't.
So I took the advice, well, not advice, but somebody was talking, I think, who was talking about leveraged ETFs the other day?
It was probably me, because that's my bread and butter.
So yeah, I bought into a couple. I got the NVIDIA, the NVDL.
Oh, nice.
And then I got a little Tesla too. I was talking to Quail. And
TSLL?
Yeah, TSLL.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was one other one.
And some of them have options on them too. There's an Apple one. Yeah. So it's like, and it's cheaper than buying the stock, because generally like those tickers sometimes they're like $7 a share. So, and since they're leveraged, it's kind of baked into the premium.
Yep, I noticed that. Yeah. But yeah, those. I mean, I could see how they could, clear out a day's profit too. But they definitely perform.
Oh yeah, and so I was looking at a back test where, so I think it was the Microsoft one. So like, since we have a lot of data on Microsoft, like I can just pull up the portfolio visualizer and see what would happen if you put 1.5 times leverage on Microsoft. And it actually, I think I'll pull that up in a second, but I remember it beating the underlying even with the decay on it.
Interesting.
Tesla's another story. It's so volatile that you should probably only do short-term trades with the leveraged version.
That was kind of my thought, and that's why I didn't divest a lot.
Yeah.
Just because I didn't
And-
want to. Like, I like having shares of Tesla because that's already volatile enough.
Mhm.
But I'm like, you know what? Let's maximize some risk here because
Yeah.
I ran it through a portfolio analyzer, and it was like, yeah, you want a risky portfolio, but you're not being risky enough. It's like, oh, okay. I guess that's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second. I found the back test.
Oh, nice.
I think it's so. The ticker's MSFU. Oh, it is. It's 1.5 times Microsoft. So it's a pretty good chart.
So a bunch of people just bought Microsoft. I read like 3 or 4 huge. I know it was Buffett, right? Buffett bought a bunch of Microsoft.
Oh, I don't remember, but he's been doing some interesting trades lately.
Yeah, what was up with the Oxy trade? I didn't quite get what that was.
So the chart I just posted. So if you were to buy in like 1985, Microsoft by itself for 10K, it would be worth 31 million today. But if you bought a 1.5 leveraged version of it, at the same time at the same initial investment, it would be 259 million. But I don't know if is history going to repeat itself or who knows. But I think because Microsoft is kind of a blue chip company now, it's like safe enough to add that much leverage to it. But when I'll do the same thing, but with Tesla, and it's a different story.
That drawdown, though.
Yeah.
But over the period of time, I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, interesting enough, it does. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. So it does outperform Tesla. But
Really?
yeah, I wasn't expecting that. For some reason I thought it had some more decay on it. And like we only have a limited amount of since like 2011 for Tesla.
2011, yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess that's that limited data. But does anyone know? Because like I know was it earlier this year or was it last year that they actually came out with a single stock ETF for Tesla? Does anyone know how they're achieving like the difference and how are they achieving the leverage on these?
Yeah,
stocks?
almost every single leveraged ETF is using total return swaps. So it's just like basically credit line from a bank. It's basically just like margin baked into the ETF. So it's holding 50% Tesla and 50% default credit swaps. So then it rebalances every day. So like instead of if you were to hold margin, you'd have to rebalance it yourself to maintain that daily leverage, but the fund rebalances itself every day. So like even if it helps a lot with the decay mathematically, because otherwise it would drift quite a bit. But and some of them use futures as well. So like they'll have like a small portion of futures or cash, T-bills, and a mixture of swaps. But for the most part, it's basically just it's the equivalent of saying like I have like 100 shares of Tesla and the fund manager is giving me another 100 of them. So it moves the exact same way that if somebody just lent you those. But the problem is like if it goes down, now you need someone to bail you out. And in this case, you just lose twice as much money, or 1.5 times.
Thank you.
Interesting.
And just for fun, like I've seen people comment that TQQQ has been, it's gained like such a high percentage over time, but it was like created in 2010, so it's like it's only been alive during the bull market. So I was like testing what would happen if it existed sooner. So I'll pull that up in a second.
Inverse natural gas, 2x. I got that too.
Inverse natural gas.
Yeah, read quite a bit about natural gas, and I don't see it performing too well. And the inverse pretty much confirmed that for me. Like, look at it's KOLD.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Remember you asking about that one?
Yeah, I looked at that. It was hard to. And again, these aren't significant amounts in my portfolio. This is just dedicating a percentage to leveraged.
When people tell you it's too risky to hold leveraged ETFs, they're usually talking about ones like this I just posted. Because if you were to hold it from like the early 90s to the dot-com bubble, you'd have a couple million, you'd have over $1 million, but you can't hold it. And like if you were to buy in those dips, which is impossible to time, I mean, you could potentially do well, but and I've traded this ticker plenty of times, even with like there was like a 80% drop in 2018 and in 2020, and most people I know would bail on something like that. So it's not a fun ride.
No, that's too much risk for me for that period of time.
But they do make 2x leverage ones, and I'm a crazy person that puts those in my Roth IRA. Because to me, like I have, if I have another 30 years until regular retirement, I can weather the ride.
See, I feel like an REIT is probably a good idea too for diversification purposes, but I think the issue with that is that like I've heard really negative things about commercial real estate, like the commercial real estate market right now. And then how are people going to afford mortgages if the interest rates are so high? Like,
You're right. Those are the two factors. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's a terrible market right now.
yeah. Probably hold off on that then.
Did you have any success with your Chat GPT prompts for choosing the direction of SPY or entry points or anything like that?
I haven't looked too much into SPY today. I did a little bit this morning, but then I got sidetracked with that House bill and reading that.
Fair.
But yeah, no, I mean it. So I should hypothetically, assuming Fidelity, which they're super slow, gets their shit together, I should have my ability to options trade next week. So over the weekend, I plan on doing a lot of DD on SPY and seeing kind of what the hype is about.
You were the one that was making a model for choosing options, right? Early one morning.
With option, yeah, I played with that yesterday morning. I think it was me and Smoo. Is that his name? SMOO.
I think, yeah, okay, yeah, that was you. You had mentioned that you were an AI. Okay.
Yeah.
Any progress?
Yeah, I've been. It's interesting because as fun as the money stuff is, like I also spend a good amount of time looking at like medical research, trying to understand that stuff better. So I'm trying to like divide my time between the two. There's just so much cool shit. It's like what do you want to know about? Okay, this. All right, cool. And then like an hour later, I'm like, oh wait, but I want to know about this too. So I'm kind of like a chicken with its head cut off, just going all over the place right now. But yeah, this weekend it's going to be some more DD on next week, because I'll be honest with you, I cleared this week at 12.5%.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. So my friends are like, dude, when are you going to get your Series 7? I'm like, after about 15 weeks of repeating it in a row, that's when I'll feel comfortable advising other people. After
Yeah, consistency is key
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, and you have to be able to show people the results too. You have to be able to show them on a piece of paper, like, yep, these are the investments, these are the returns, this is the time frame, and then all that's predicated on you being able to get your Series 7 in a reasonable amount of time as well. I'm
Yeah,
way ahead
well,
of myself.
the medical stuff is really interesting. Like you said, AI being used to spot all the anomalies. I guess that's what it's for. But yeah, that's a perfect use case. It's obviously more important than trading. Trading provides no societal benefit. But yeah, for sure. Awesome. That's cool. That's cool. Any further on that? Any other device?
Yeah, lots of interesting information. Some hypothesis that I had mentioned a couple days ago that we're still, a couple of my friends and I are looking at, is a correlation between Parkinson's and tetanus, tetania, or whatever it's called. There's some proteins that are affected that go through the endocannabinoid system, ironically enough. And so as I started presenting questions to the large language model, it gave me straight textbook answers. No, vaccines don't do this. We test this. This study says that. Okay, cool. So I add a few more keywords in, be suggestive, be hypothetical. And then it started to get what I was saying. And it even made a comment like, that's an interesting point. And I've never really had that type of feedback from a large language model that is called something I said interesting. So that guided suggestion, the guided hallucinations. See, everybody's like, oh, well, you can't trust what it says, so why would I do anything with it? Well, it's like, yeah, you can't trust what a person says either. You have to use common sense and deduction, and like you gotta be able to think. And I think the key with making progress in AI on medical research is going to be having a SME, so having somebody that's a subject matter expert in whatever field you're studying, and then you force the hallucination out, and if it's guided enough and within the parameters you're trying to get it within, you can show the doctor, the lawyer, whomever, hey, how does this look, like hypothetically? And then they'll either go, well, that's bullshit, that doesn't make any sense, or they'll go, oh, I never thought about that. And so that's where I think the money maker is myself.
Interesting. I think you're obviously, for anyone that I've actually had a conversation with, the closest to the technology. It's fascinating. Fascinating use cases. So, I mean, I fly drones for a living. I was 3D. Yeah, I was 3D mapping.
What?
Go ahead.
I said I got my Part 107.
Oh, nice. You too. Yeah, nice.
Got at the Air Force Academy, actually.
Oh, crap. Did you fly any like the MQ-9s or anything like
I was
that?
never in the military. I just lived in Colorado Springs at the time, and that was the closest place to get my 107.
Oh, that's where you took your test. Gotcha.
Yeah, I just went to Air Force Academy to take it. It was cool though. I talked to a bunch of the drone pilots there and the actual pilots, and what scared me was that you only have to have a 70 to pass your pilot's test. Not that, well, the 107 as well, but also your actual like first license to be a pilot, you only need a 70 or above.
As far as like your private pilot's license, or are you talking about your? Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I took like that. I started studying that after I got my 107, and I mean it's just too much of a responsibility. But I have my manual for my private pilot's license. But yeah.
So you can do like what is it called, VFW? Where you don't have, any line of sight for anything? Strictly.
Oh no, I don't think that that's a thing even quite yet. The line of sight is constant. I fly recreationally now. It's been a long time since I did any mapping. I was doing like 3D modeling and like topographical mapping and stuff like that, just surveying bullshit out here in Michigan. But yeah, the line of sight thing is a big deal. But I fly FPV now just for recreation, so I'm constantly out of line of sight. I don't really use a spotter or anything, so don't tell anyone. But
Well, people are
yeah.
weird. They feel like when they fly a drone, it's just gonna randomly fall out of the sky, and it's like, do airplanes do that?
Yeah, it's possible, but not probable. But it is possible. But yeah, I know. Well, it's funny with all the remote ID now. Everything's gonna require remote ID, and I think they're making like add-on remote ID devices now for the outdated drones. It's gonna become a requirement here shortly.
You saw what happened in Moscow the other day, right?
Yeah, they had drone strikes or whatever in Moscow.
Yeah, right in downtown Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, there's.
imagine that shit happening here. Like, we would shut down airspace so fast.
Oh, for sure. I actually just got a notice today that there's going to be VIP movement for the first time in forever in Detroit. So I was like, oh, finally, a useful. Yeah, I finally got a useful one. So that's funny. But yeah, they're using those Mavic 3s. And I know that they're expensive, but they're really working. You know, Ukraine is really.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
My only thing with DJI, and you know where I'm going to go with this. But
Oh, yeah.
It's a Chinese company, and it's tied to the Chinese government. And Homeland Security put out a press release about 3 years ago that said, assume anything you do with the DJI is being sent to the Chinese government.
Why did they not tear those things down before they started using them? They have an extra SD card inside of them. Once they started tearing them down, they figured that out, and then they banned them. But they're still using them. There's still municipalities that are using them, like police and search and rescue and fire are still using DJI. And that, I think I read an article yesterday or the day before that about some kind of senator had brought it up again. So I've always and always will use DJI. I have no problem with it. You know, I don't feel any type of way. They're not a military company.
Yeah, you're
in
not going to a
quotes.
military facility either and like flying over it. So.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. So there's really nothing that's close. Like Skydio and like
nothing at all.
Yeah.
I don't know how they make money, to be honest with you. I don't know how. They
Yeah. For sure. Skydio I think that Skydio has the best follow me kind of stuff, but beyond even DJI, but I don't know. Yeah, I've been flying drones, I think now for like 8 years. I was into like RC before this, so it was only natural progression.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you fly like 3D helicopters or anything before that?
No, I didn't. In fact, I tried FPV after I started. When I think I got like was it Mavic 2? Or no, the original Mavic. I started.
Oh,
flying.
with the original big white DJI goggles.
Yeah.
I had that set up. Yeah.
And that was difficult. Also, I had some friends that would build their own, and those things went like, as you know, like 80, 90 miles an hour, and they were like, I couldn't do the FPV thing besides the DJI stuff. Like, I tried, and I don't get how people do it. It's so difficult. Like, you have to play on the simulator for hours and hours and hours before you can really fly one well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Full manual mode is definitely different than being able to hover if you have trouble. So yeah, that drone racing league is pretty sweet. I tend to catch that from time to time. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I love watching those videos.
Same. They actually had one at a defunct. Like I said, I live in Detroit, and they have like a defunct automotive plant from like the 30s here that used to make Packards. And there's like a half torn down building that they had a DRL race in, and I went to that. That was really cool to see in person. So,
Honestly, that's one of my favorite things to do with drones is fly over abandoned places.
have you ever done any urbex stuff, or are you just kind of, yeah?
Yeah.
Living in Detroit my whole life, it's kind of my specialty. I'm definitely a fanboy on YouTube for all the urbex, but yeah,
Oh, that's cool. You should post a link or send me a DM.
for sure, for sure.
But yeah, drones are I think just like therapeutic. Like there's something about just having it up in the air, you know, like being able to look and have like a god's eye view of everything.
This
If
is
you
somewhat.
go ahead, sorry.
This is somewhat related, but I used to watch YouTube videos. People would strap like a camera, like a GoPro camera, to like an eagle or a hawk, and just like seeing where they went, and they would just like hang out somewhere and like look around. And it was pretty fascinating, but I think it's the same vibe you were just talking about with the drones.
The cat GoPro stuff now. There's a bunch of cat GoPro stuff.
I mean, there's a few hawk videos where the hawks actually take down the drone. Like, you don't want to piss off a hawk. A hawk is a mean motherfucker.
It's also fun to watch deer cam videos. Like some people have like live deer cams, and like I'll sit there drinking a beer, just like waiting for something to happen, just like being out in the woods.
I woke up the other night, I got a ring notification that somebody was at my back door, and I've had like 3 homeless people, because the city I live in unfortunately has a really bad homeless problem, just show up in my backyard in the middle of the night. So I'm like right in the city. I get
It's a little
I get
scary.
on my phone. It's a deer. A deer walked down my driveway, sniffed my car, turned around, walked back out the other side of the driveway. It's the weirdest shit. And I live in the middle of a city.
Oh, I used to live in Jersey City, and one time a deer ran past my apartment, and I saw it out the window, and then there was like a newspaper report that it was found swimming in the Hudson River.
Shit.
So you have your Part 107. What kind of drone do you have now, currently?
I still have my Mavic. I have a Mavic and a Mavic 2.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Mavic 2 Zoom or regular?
Just the regular one.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a big upgrade. The original Mavic, the camera just had a lot of issues. It had a lot of focus issues. It was not ideal, but it was cool. You could tell it was still being developed in terms of tech.
For sure. I'm gonna post you a link to the DJI FPV drone that I use. If you have the loot, you can find these. If you're pretty good at testing this stuff, you can find these pretty inexpensive on Facebook Marketplace, stuff like that, with a couple more batteries or whatever. But I just don't think that there's any better feeling than FPV. And as far as the Avata goes, the new one, it just doesn't have the range. I kind of just cruise with my FPV drone. I don't do a ton of like full manual mode flying. Like I know how to do it, but it's just not worth it. I'll get an Avata if I want to do that, but like I said, I just kind of like coasting and cruising around with this thing. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, dude, that looks so nice.
And as long as you have a strobe, you can do nighttime flying now.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was fun. I think I did my first night flight this spring. It was really, really cool. Really enjoyed.
Oh, hey, they finally have a controller that looks actually usable.
Oh yeah, the gaming controller, the motion controller. They have like a new motion controller with the with the goggles Integra or whatever, and I guess it is reverse now. But I used the motion controller with the FPV thing, and it was just I'm nonplussed about it. Yeah.
Oh, dude, what a video! Holy cow! I'd love to fly through a castle. That would be the most amazing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I just want to go to a castle.
I think Stipper was posting videos of his trip to Germany the other day, and yeah, speaking of castles.
They fascinate
Well, I'm
me.
just see if I can pull up my photos because I wound up going to the same castle last a week ago today, actually.
DJI goggles and motion controller. 23. That's a good question. Oh, that Inspire 3 looks real nice.
So I think it's like 17 grand. It's so cool. Have you seen the DJI dock yet? The drone in a box. It does like inspections and stuff like that.
I've heard about it, but I don't think I've seen it. No.
It is pretty cool. It can...
Yeah. See, my problem is 17 grand. Like, you need insurance on that at that point. There's no two ways about it because there's very small margin of error with drones.
Can't refresh on $17. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs care refresh.
And then it's another $1,000 to be able to process that ProRes codecs.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. They call it a raw license, which is interesting. I didn't think Apple charged for their codecs.
Man, is that beautiful.
8K, 75 frames per second. It's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a red, it's not 16K, but it's. Could you really tell the difference?
That's why I heard a while back, I was listening to something and they were talking, I guess, like if depending on your age, you can't even notice the difference from 4K to 8K. I think 8, yeah.
When
So,
I would use when I would use 8K, it was strictly to crop something down because I only needed, various data that was in the frame.
makes sense. Enhance.
God, man, I want to get a new drone, but I know I just won't use it as much as I think I will.
I just love the sensation of flight. I just never get over it. I think I got my Fly More combo for like $800. I think I probably have like a little over $1,000 in it, just some extras. But oh man, I think it's the cheapest amount of fun. I have a motorcycle too, and I don't know. I don't know which one I have more fun with.
That's funny. DJI's website's pretty great too.
Mm-hmm.
$17,000. DJI public?
No, I don't think so.
Alright, I will be back in a few minutes. I gotta step out for a quick sec.
How's everyone's trades going? About a half hour away from power hour.
I think I'm gonna head out of here. Have a good one, guys.
Have a nice weekend, bro.
You too.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Ryler.
Bye.
Oh, my back. I'm old and it's all your fault. I said I'm old and it's all your fault. A little on the salty side, but still good.
What's up, children?
Himalayan pink salt, product of Pakistan.
How's it going?